Happy Tuesday. I'm the Gray Strega, and I'm here to give you your daily collective read for today. We are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes, but if you would like to get on the list for a personal reading today, the list, as always, is open. As always, it is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across, 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We're also doing 2 giveaways today. Our first reading giveaway is going to be a reading giveaway when we get to 50K likes. So make sure you're tapping that screen and we'll get to 50K in no time. The other giveaway we're doing right now is going to be a reading giveaway for the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read. So I wish you a lot of luck if you're participating in that giveaway as well. Prior to beginning today's daily collective read, I will be giving a brief recap on what we've been seeing in the cards over the last few days. If you'd like to find those full readings, you can find them over on the place where we keep the videos. You can also find them over on the place where we keep the photos. You can also find them as a podcast over on my spot at Tarot Church and over on my stack. But before we begin today, first and foremost, most important question: how are you doing today? Scale of 1 to 10. There are no wrong answers. We're moving into a very balancing full moon. However, the thing about the full moon energy that we have to recognize is, and we're going to kind of talk about this, because we've got a Libra full moon in Aries season. And the thing about Libra full moons in Aries season is understanding, like, one thing that will kind of help in relationality to recognizing some of the work that you may find around this particular energetic cycle, and I just wrote a whole article about this, is understanding why sometimes Aries energy and Libra energy have a hard time navigating the same space. And the best way I can basically describe it is, I want you to think about the fact that we see that Libra energy often works towards the ability to identify balance, right? And when we recognize that Libra energy is often the space by which one works towards balance, then the ability to effectively energetically prepare for things is what allows one to be able to be balanced when one comes upon it. However, and this is often what we notice, you'll sometimes see it a bit, right? Sometimes Libra and Aries sometimes have a little bit of a hard time working in conjunction with one another, due to the fact that Aries energy works in bursts. Okay. I like to describe it as burst energy. It's like a lot of, like, it's a vroom, right? It's that ignition. It's that space by which we effectively move through things. So, and it's understanding that everything is energetically proportional in different ways, because what we basically identify is the space by which we work through. We've got that Aries energy, which can often work through bursts. And then you've got Libra energy that's constantly working to try to balance things out. You can see how that can sometimes create frustration points. And we were actually reading for this across all of the astrological. That was one of the reasons I wanted to break down yesterday and move into all of the different astrology, because the way this energy is hitting right now may feel vastly different depending on one's own astrological placements. Because for some of the energy, I wouldn't be surprised if you're feeling like there's a lot happening and it's very energetically exciting or frustrating, right? The modality by which you're navigating something from a place of excitability, but the excitability that is allowing one to effectively move towards things with a sense of that proportionality. However, right, if you're trying to work into balance spaces right now, this may feel more destabilizing, because it's the suddenness of the Aries energy that doesn't often allow one to feel energetically fully prepared for things. But here's the thing that's really beautiful, okay? And this is the work that Aries can teach Libra, right? And we're going to also talk about what Libra can teach Aries, right? Because in the space of when we understand that Aries energy is often working into the space of suddenness, right? That reactivity point. It's the modality by which you do something over and 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 again, right? To the point that like you feel frustrated with yourself, you get annoyed with yourself, you go through things. Some days you feel good about things, some days you feel bad about things. And then one day, right? That one blessed day when you're doing something over and over and over, the impossible becomes a part of you, right? It's something that you can do, right? It's something that you can do without all of the energetic preparation for it, right? It's the modality by which you can just move into it. And this is basically a lot of the work that we see that occurs between Aries and Libra, right? It's the ability of being able to identify that the work that we do in navigating suddenness brings us into the modality of being able to find stability in any situation, right? Because, and this is often how we see the beauty between Aries and Libra, when one works towards the force of balance within the self, then that balance is always at hand. It's always available. It's just a question of what we have to effectively bring forth within ourselves. And it's frustrating, right? It's not easy. We often go through those modalities where we get upset at ourselves because we're not being able to balance more. But that identification point in working towards things and trying to build into that point of energetic stability, right? The adaptability that we are effectively energetically here for. This is how Libra can help Aries, right? Because what do we often see with Libra cycles? We often identify that often the work that we see with Libra cycles is the modality by which we don't work through, right? We don't work through, and this is basically a conversation that happens. When you're so busy articulating upon the unfairness of things, then you aren't able to be the force of fairness, right? That is what we effectively identify. Because the difference, right? The difference between being able to articulate upon the energetic violation in terms of feeling, right? That things are energetically unfair versus the modality by which one is working to do something or build into that point of balance. We see that this is a lot of that fortified balance energy because it's the understanding that the balance that we find is one that we're always working towards. And the modality by which we effectively release, right? The modality by which we effectively release the frustration upon the fact that there's an imbalance in the first place allows us the ability to effectively move towards working to a better sense of balance. And it's pervasive. It's entirely something that we're perpetually doing. But the ability by which we do so allows the space by which we ourselves are able to identify and recognize the work that we're setting out to do. So I want to say that a little bit. If you're feeling, I want to describe this too, because, and I've been telling you right now, I've been seeing it all across the map in relationality to how others are feeling in this energy right now. This is not the energy to be too hard on the self. That's the thing I want to stress, because, and I want to describe this. When you're being too hard on yourself, you're not being hard on anything else around the self. Okay? And if you're going to be hard on yourself, you have to be proportional, right? And it's interesting too, because and I feel like this is effectively what this is what a Libra moon in Aries effectively says to us. Like the force that we're hard on ourselves needs to be as proportional as what we would readily give another, right? Because often we see that tendency, right? We see that exceptional ability of wanting to be extra hard on ourselves. But that experience, or basically articulating upon the space that the hardness that you bring to yourself has to be proportional to what you would give to someone around the self. It allows us to be able to find that sense of balance. So make sure that you're feeling a little bit of that balance proportionality, and I want to describe this too, because this is the one thing we have to be conscientious about when we're navigating so many planets and I want to describe this right now, like so many planets that we have in Aries, while the planet Mars is hanging out in Pisces with Mercury, it can sometimes make us feel like a lot of incongruous feelings come up, right? Like, oh, these feelings are not helpful. Like, you know what I mean? Like, these feelings are not helpful. All of our feelings are helpful if we find blessed places to put them, right? Every emotion is a gift asking for somewhere to go, right? Like, it's the space by which, when we think about that in that way, right? Every emotion, what if every emotion is a gift that's asking us to find a beautiful place for it to rest? Then we look towards our emotions with a sense of kindness. We look to the emotions, even the ones that sometimes feel discordant to us, right? Especially, in a way, the ones that feel discordant to us. And we say, like, I can find a place for you. You know what I mean? Like, I can find a place for you to be that will make something more beautiful in the space of us feeling it. So allow that to effectively fortify if you're going through this energy right now, because it is going to be very different depending on how you feel. That is a recap on what we were seeing astrologically in the tarot astrology yesterday. If you would like to find all of those signs and all of those readings, you simply need to head over. You can head over to my Stack. You'll find the full article and podcast there. It's also available as a podcast over on Spot. I would also encourage you to head over to my Spot today the Stack, head over to the Stack to learn more about our next tarot class, which is going to be happening on Thursday, April 16th at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. We will be continuing our studies into the tarot with a focus on the court cards in the wand suit. Now, if you'd like to become part of that tarot class program, all you need to do is head on over, as I mentioned, to my Stack and become a paid subscriber there. Your paid subscription to my Stack is your ticket of entry into our live classes each and every month. You will also, as a paid monthly subscriber, have access to over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library class archive. Now, it's not necessary to catch up. I'll be doing my best to give you a recap on everything we've studied prior to beginning that next class, but the material is there for you to receive as you're ready to receive it. You'll also have access to a one-on-one chat with me and the other students to ask any questions that you may have in relation to anything we've learned and studied thus far. And if you become a founding member, not only will you receive a discount on the full year's worth of classes, but you'll also have access to over 20 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library class program, as well as a complimentary one-on-one mentorship class with me, where I will meet with you personally to assess where you are on your own personal tarot journey and give you the best insights in terms of how to utilize those classes to the best of your advantage, moving towards your tarot goals going forward. One of the things I tried to do in these tarot classes was make them accessible to the absolute novice tarot reader as well as the seasoned reader. There's definitely something there for everyone. Don't let your lack of experience or your robust experience prevent you from joining us in these classes. And even if you don't become a paid subscriber to my Stack, I would encourage you to follow me there to stay up to date on any new offerings or services. I also post my weekly newsletter there, which will let you know about my in-person events as well as my online live schedule. You'll also have access to my Mystic Meditation articles, or give you updates on what we've been seeing energetically in the cards. I just wrote one recently on I just wrote one recently on the full moon that we've got coming up tomorrow. Finally, I want to let you guys know that on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. These are for any of my students seeking a more personalized educational experience with me. I take a very limited number of students for this reason, as those classes are focused on each individual's personal spiritual goals and journey work. Those classes can be purchased on an individual level or as a monthly class series, weekly or bi-weekly, as your schedule permits. Also, for my students seeking more consistent weekly tarot support, I'm very happy to offer weekly tarot insight packages. That is a package of 4 30-minute readings, again, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your personal journey. I'm also very happy to offer dream interpretation readings, which can be purchased per dream or as a series. If you purchase the series, I would encourage you to start to keep a dream journal, as we will meet weekly or bi-weekly with that journal, and utilize the tarot to understand the key themes and messages coming towards you in the dream space. But let me know in the comments how this energy is impacting you personally. That said, we are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes. If you'd like to get on the list for today, the list is open. As always, it is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. If you get on the list right now, you'll be the second person read for those who are joining us across the other apps. You can also get on the list today via my tree that has links in it in my bio. We read for here highest priority messages from spirit, life path, mediumship, dream interpretation, angelic guidance, animal spirit guide readings, pet readings, akashic, mind, body, spirit, and love readings. If you have information that you feel is relevant for the purposes of our reads, if you have a dream that you feel that you would like interpreted, or if you have a past life that you would like more information on, you can include it in the notes when you send the donation. You can also post it in our subscriber-only Disco channel in the appropriate channels. I'm going to take a few minutes to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Hi there today. Welcome, Haley. So good to see you. Thank you for joining us today. And thank you, Cindy, so much for those likes. I appreciate you. Thank you as well, Timothy and Maggie, for joining us. Grand Rising K. Buon compleanno. So good to see you. I hope you're having an absolutely beautiful one. And Terry, thank you for joining us as well. Guys, please welcome and thank in our moderator, Kay Megan, for thank them for all of their help today. Good to see you as well, Alexandra. Excellent. And Wally, thank you for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. How are you doing, Colin? Hope you're having an absolutely beautiful day. Oh, so you're Libra in a relationship with an Aries. Interesting. So I'm very curious to see. This should be an interesting full moon for you, right? But I feel like in a way it'll allow for a healthier or deeper sense of balance to occur. Absolutely. How are you doing today, sister? Welcome. Good to see you as well, Creative. Stability in suddenness is so profound and so spot on. What I was trying to unscramble this morning. I know it's a hard one, right? Because I need to point this out. I just want to give you like the way I've been interpreting this, energy, and you have to kind of think about it as like, and it's just the fact that Aries energy often comes through in the way of bursts, right? And I wouldn't even be surprised right now if energetically you feel like 1 minute you feel perfectly fine, and the next minute you feel like you're like, you know what I mean? You're like, let's go. Right? It's like, it's a lot of that. It's a lot of that, which can sometimes feel a little destabilizing. But in a way, like that's the nice thing. Like the Libra energy is about like finding the composure through it, right? Like it's like, what do I need right now? What do I need right now? It's a lot of that. Absolutely. Excellent. Grand Rising, Nicole. And thank you so much, TG, for the follow. Excellent. Grand Rising, Chevy. It's 11 a.m. here. It's 1. Okay, hold on. It's 1:11 a.m. here. So 1 hour into my. Okay. Well, we will be doing your reading. We will be doing your reading before we get into the daily collective. So there's that. So we're not going to keep you up too late tonight, Kay. You had a lovely day. Oh, I'm so glad to hear that. That's wonderful. And Jessica, thank you for the follow, dear. Let's go. Absolutely, Lexi. And thank you, Chevy, for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. As I mentioned, friends, we are going to get started on today's daily collective read. However, the way we do things here is we've got priority readings. So anyone who got on the list before I would go live we'll always have an additional card in there. I mean, will always be able to be read for before we start the daily collective. So we have one individual on the priority list, and that is our Mod K Meg. So Kay, if you could let me know if we're doing a general reading or if you have a specific question that you would like me to answer. And also, please remember, if anybody wants to get on the list right now, you will be the second person read for. It's a lovely time to get on the list. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Being Samailio, please keep in mind there are 3 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We do here highest priority messages from spirit, life path, mediumship, dream interpretation, angelic guidance, animal spirit guide readings, pet readings, akashic, mind, body, spirit, and love. If you have information that you feel is relevant for the purposes of our read, you can include it in the notes when you send the donation, or you can post it in our subscriber-only Disco channel in the appropriate channels. The information can be inside tea or outside tea. Okay, I want to stress that if you share information with me, you can let me know if it's something that you want to keep personally or if it's something that you would be eager to have, if it's something you prefer to have shared. And if you're joining us across the other apps, you can also get on the list today via the tree that has links in it in my bio. For those who are joining us over on the place where we keep the videos, keep in mind that you have the same pricing that I've mentioned for paid memberships as those who are subscribers. And thank you for letting me know that you sent me information related to the read. I'm going to pull it up now, dear. General questions. Okay, I got you. 1 second, please. I got you. Excellent. Okay, perfect. And thank you. I appreciate the fact that you operated under the space of making sure that you had their consent in the reading. Okay. So we are doing an energetic read right now for an individual. And I'm going to, before we begin though, we are going to warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. I'm going to count back from 10, and when I get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the frog. Thank you. We'll do that again after the next reading. All right. No problem, Chevy. Good to see you today. All right. Can I please get 4 cards, please? Oh. And 2. Thank you. And 2 more, please. And 1 more. Oh, wow. Oh, my gosh. It's all swords. Let's talk about it. You know, something I'm identifying here is I feel like there's something I'm seeing that's important in relationality to working through. I have to stress this. I feel like there's somebody who's almost having to concentrate all of their energy in navigating another person's volatility. Like there's something really important that I'm seeing here, because especially with a lot of this sword energy, and I want to describe this. I don't feel like the person themselves is intentionally doing so, but I see somebody that I'm basically identifying someone here that lives off of the spur of the moment is the best way that I can describe it. And the hard part, the hard part with someone who lives off of the spur of the moment is not necessarily recognizing the energetic weight that sometimes puts on those around the self is the best way that I can describe it. And the reason is like, and I want to kind of articulate this. And it's actually interesting too, because I would be curious if this person has like Libra placements, because it's interesting. It almost feels like a Libra kind of trying to like navigate Aries energy, which is the modality by which another person feels like they need time to prepare for something can often feel energetically like heavy when another person is bringing them things at the last moment. But the thing about it, and I want to describe this, because this sometimes can create a frustration. If this is the type of person that does not like to feel, like if this is the type of person that does not like to feel that there are, I got to work you through both of these energies right now, okay? Because there's more than one here. And the way I'm describing what I'm seeing is it feels like someone who's like working through the weight of something. And I'm almost like, I know it's going to sound weird, but I'm doing like a relationship reading through the individual as it relates to the person that they're in connection with. Because I feel like somebody needs to get the person that's around them needs to get a better relationship with their calendar. Because I keep on seeing that things on a calendar are peaceful when we've healed our relationship to time, right? The ability to know that one has somewhere to go is something that feels restorative when one is working upon healing one's relationship to time. But that is where I effectively see that there's some kind of energetic rift occurring, because the space by which, right, I see one person who has a very healthy relationship to time. And the way you can usually tell if your relationship to time is healed or not is how you feel about one's own calendar, right? Like it's like if you look at the calendar and you see things on it, you're like, oh good. Then your relationship to time, like, oh good, things are going well in that space, right? But if the modality by which another person looks at their calendar and they've got a lot of things on it and they feel anxiety around it, that can often talk about a wound related to time that they need to effectively heal. Because I basically keep on seeing, like, it almost feels like a situation by which another person doesn't realize that they're inadvertently ripping at another person's experience, right? And the way I want to describe this is like when one person feels the energetic stabilization point of knowing what to energetically expect, and then you've got someone that's spur of the moment, that's dropping things in at the last second, it can often feel, right, like someone who's effectively tearing at the fabric of one's own anticipated experience. So I basically see a situation where something like this is occurring, and it's creating the space by which I see that it's like it's requiring someone to put a lot of that effort into trying to energetically correct. It's not the fact that theirs is an issue, but it feels like I almost feel them trying to do that, not just for themselves, but for another person around them. And so I feel like, and that's what I keep on getting, especially with this Two of Swords energy, right? The ability, how do I describe this? The ability by which we're able to energetically heal is amplified and articulated upon what we can expect. So the modality or the circumstance by which we ourselves are effectively trying to work through something, but not just in the space by which we're trying to work through it, but the observation of understanding how, like I almost see somebody that's potentially trying to help someone with something, but it's the modality by which, and I want to stress this, everything is possible so long as the work is mutual. And so I see for one person, I feel like the observation I would give your friend is the way that you can usually see if somebody is willing to do that work is giving them energetic tools, right? It's not the space by which we do it for them, but the space by which we give them tools. And then when we give them tools, we are effectively able to identify their own ability to work through those tools. So I see the modality by which I got one person here that needs to get better, right? Needs to get better at articulating upon their own energetic boundaries, right? Which is the modality by which they effectively make another person energetically aware of what they can do for them versus what they need them to do for themselves, right? And at the same time, I feel like that's going to kind of help some of the relationships around them. Because it's not just one person. It feels like there might be a few. I wouldn't be surprised if this person is really good at scheduling or really good at planning things because, or does something in the modality of planning, because I just keep on seeing the modality by which, and that's what I keep on getting, the space by which someone that's planning or has a healthy relationship to time is working into the space by which another person is dropping things on them at the last moment, right? I feel like that's them being able to help another person articulate upon, right? Having to say like, look, I can help you with things, but not if you don't prepare me for what one can energetically expect. I feel like that's what they need to start articulating, right? I feel like there's something about that. And I feel like in the space by which another person can help them with that is being able to say, right? And I feel like, and it's interesting too, because I don't necessarily feel, I don't necessarily feel like a lot of this reading is directed to you so much as somebody else that they're in energetic connection with, right? Some experience by which they are trying to effectively assist someone, but it's the space by which that energy is recognizing and wants to move in the same direction as they themselves aspire to. Bottom of the deck on this reading. Yeah, particularly with the Strength card. You know, the thing I keep on seeing, the thing I keep on seeing in relationality to the Strength card is working through the observation of getting energetically stronger at things. And there's something important that I keep on seeing, which I almost feel like I see somebody that says, oh, it's okay, like I'll just do it myself. But here's the thing about it, right? Sometimes there's a gift in helping another person learn how to do something, because while it may take work, it doesn't require us to perpetually have to be the strong one. And so I feel like that's, like I keep on seeing, like the message that keeps on coming through is like the only thing that I feel like this person should be giving others tools, right? Like giving a lot of energy tools in terms of helping another person feel empowered, right? To do the things that one needs to do without feeling the need to step in and say, I'll do it for you. Because I feel like I've got a lot of this like I feel like this is often something that happens with those that have a lot of this energy where it's just like, oh, it's fine, I'll do it, because it's like it's fast and easy for us to do it, but it doesn't fix the issue, right? So I almost feel like slow and steady is best, but they have to apply that slow and steadiness in relationality to helping others, like helping others succeed more in terms of learning how to do something, right? So instead of doing it for somebody, guiding them through it is what I keep on hearing, right? Becoming a better guide, but not coming into the space of doing it for them. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. You will be the second person read for. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Absolutely, bear with me. Grand Rising, Nicole, good to see you today. Healthy, thank you for the follow. Grand Rising, Nicole, good to see you too. Excellent. How are you doing today, Chevy? And wishing you an absolutely beautiful, beautiful day, dear. And Jessica, thank you for the follow. Hi, Lexi. Not a problem at all. Yep, I got you, dear. Excellent. Way off. No, you're doing great, Chevy. So, yeah, I am an Aries, absolutely. She's a Capricorn. Okay, it was feeling very Capricorn or Libra, like somebody who like needs to have that plan ahead of time. So they have a hard, I feel like I keep on hearing they've got a hard time when things are dropped on them in the at the last moment. Yeah, so and again, okay, so that was the Aries energy I was seeing. Thank you. Okay, perfect. Yeah, I'm guessing this is partner. Yeah, I feel like that. I mean, like it feels to me like there's a lot of that energy that comes towards them. And I keep on seeing like being able to work through the fact where they don't feel overly burdened by it. I just keep on getting the same like message, like tools, not doing it for someone, right? Even if they're good at it, right? No, even if they're good at it. I got you, Stella. You're on the list, dear. You'll be the first person read for when we complete the daily collective. And guys, again, please thank our mod K Megan for their help today. Melinda, thank you for the follow as well. Excellent. All right, we are going to get started on the daily collective in the next few minutes. But if you would like to get on the list for today, the list is open. As always, it is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We're also doing 2 giveaways today. Our first reading giveaway is going to be a reading giveaway when we get to 50K likes, so make sure you're tapping that screen and we'll get to 50K in no time. The other reading giveaway we're doing today is going to be a reading giveaway for the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read. So at the moment, our highest gifter is Chevy, so thank you so much for those gifts. And if anybody else wants to get on the list right now, you will be the 3rd person read for. Please, if you're joining us across the other apps, you can also head over to my tree that is linked in my bio, and that's how you can get on the list today. We are reading for here highest priority messages from spirit, life path, mediumship, dream interpretation, angelic guidance, animal spirit guide readings, pet readings, akashic, mind, body, spirit, and love. If you have information that you feel is necessary or relevant for the purposes of our read, you can include it in the notes when you send the donation. You can also post it in our subscriber only disco channel in the appropriate channels. Oh my gosh, absolutely. Yep, and I'm happy to give you that 1 card before we get started. Kay, let me know what your question is. So again, we are going to be holding 1 card readings for after we complete the personals today, but given the fact that our mod is on a different time frame, we just want to make sure to drop their card in before they get started. Good to see you today, Haley. One card on them, please. I feel like I see somebody that's in like, I feel like it feels like I see somebody biting their tongue, you know? And I don't feel like it's like the negative biting of the tongue is I feel like it's almost somebody who wishes they could talk to you more about something, but recognizes that they can't, you know? Yeah, here's the thing about it. Like, I almost feel like, I don't know why, but it almost feels like somebody teasing someone about something, and them like reaching, I keep wondering, like, they've reached their fill on being teased about something. Because I almost see somebody being like, it's not funny, it's tragic, is what I'm getting. Like, it's that type of energy. Like, it's not, it's like, I almost see the energy that's it doesn't, it's not the type of person that likes to feel like their heart is at another person's expense, is what I see. It's not directed from you. It feels like the energy around them to a certain extent, So I feel like there's something important there. Thank you, dear. As I mentioned, we are going to get started on today's daily collective. If you would like to get on the list, you will be the second person read for. And just a reminder, if you are on the hold list and would like to be added back to the list, all you need to do is let me know the date that you were put on the hold list, and I'll be happy to add you back as well. Excellent. Wonderful. All right, that said, as I mentioned, we are going to get started today. And as I mentioned, we are also at 7.2K likes over on the Clock app. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting that reading back to the collective. For those also who are joining us over on the place where we keep the photos, I will let you guys know that we're currently trying to get our numbers up over on the place where we keep the photos. I would love to be able to offer memberships there as well, much like we do over on the place where on the Clock app and over on the place where we keep the videos. And I need your help to do that. So what I'm going to be doing is, anybody who wants to give us a follow over on the place where we keep the photos, you will actually be receiving an affirmation from a guide for the advanced soul. All you have to do is give a follow there and comment followed in the comments. And if you're already following me there, you can go ahead and just share the live with 3 individuals and comment shared. And when you do so, I'll be happy to also give you an affirmation from the book as well. That said, we are going to get started on today's daily collective read. And if you would like to get on the list, if you guys could do me a favor and share this live, I would appreciate it. Make sure anyone who would like to catch this reading live is here to receive it. But before we begin, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide card here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the Wren. Thank you, guys. We'll do that again after the next reading. Excellent. Why don't we get started? Welcome, everyone. Happy Tuesday. I'm the Grace Strega, and I'm here to give you your daily collective read for today, Tuesday, March 31st, 2026. We are going to be starting today with a harmonic energy update. Can I please get the first 5 cards in our 5-card spread for today? First 2 cards we are starting our read upon are going to be the 2 of Swords in its reversal in combination with the 5 of Swords in its upright. So let's talk a little bit about what we are seeing, particularly in relationality to the energy that we currently are navigating. So one of the things that's really important right now to observe is that we are working through, we're moving into, I like to describe it as it's a very intense full moon. But the reason that we're identifying a lot of that intensity has to do with the identification point of being able to work through situations and building into a healthy sense of balance. Now, the way that we are effectively often able to observe balance, and when we often go through this with Libra placements, is the modality by which we work towards balance is effectively articulated upon the ability of being able to identify and recognize the work that we are doing to effectively facilitate and find it. And that's not necessarily easy, right? It often creates those situations and circumstances by which we feel, right? And I want to describe this too, because this is often what we can feel when we have a lot of planets in Aries, such as we currently do. Because for a lot of the energy that's effectively doing that work right now, the way I like to describe it is Aries energy is built upon the feeling of energetic bursts, right? It's a lot of that sudden energy, the immediacy by which we often feel the ability to energetically react. And the thing about it, and this is often what's difficult when we're going through Aries energy during a Libra full moon, is when we are learning, right? When we are learning to effectively do things immediately, we often feel very clumsy as we're learning. And why is that? Because when you're learning to be immediate, it often feels like you're all over the place. You're trying to grab for things and things are flying around you and you're like, this is really frustrating. And then you start feeling all of that energetic frustration. And you're like, like you just want to like kind of push it away from the self, right? But then you move through, right? You move through that frustration, right? And you allow the frustration. And I want you to understand this, and this is something that's really important about our frustration. Our frustration is a song that says, why can't I be better? Right? And when we think about that, right? When we think about our frustration is the direction by which we feel our love, right? When we think about our frustration as our song to love, then we change our relationship to frustration, right? We change our relationship to our frustration because it allows us to understand, right? We can see through the frustration to be able to identify how much we care about things, right? And that's hard. That's a hard part about it, right? Often our love is clouded by frustration, right? love, our love gets really, really murky in the space by which we feel frustrated because, right, the frustration that we often feel is the expression of our love because it shows how much we care about things. And so when we hold that importantly, right, when we don't allow, and this is the thing about it, and this is the thing that's hard about working through love, and this is why we talk about it's important to be able to effectively identify and feel the emotions that we feel, because the modality by which we work through our frustration becomes, the frustration we feel becomes the fabric of our love, right? Because when we address, right, when we address the frustration, then we fortify upon it, we refine it. And the frustration, when you think about the frustration that becomes the fabric of love, then you change your relationship to frustration because you see, right, you see what the frustration is asking for, right? Like there's the frustration within you, and the frustration within you saying, like, I want to be better at this, right? I want to energetically perfect something. I want to be able to energetically excel upon it. And so we hold our frustration deeply because we understand the force by which the direct, like the frustration is the direction, because it amplifies what we care about and why and how we're trying to do something as well as we possibly can. And so this is having a different impact depending on where one finds oneself on the frequency cycles. And we're going to start first with identifying or speaking towards the energy that is in solitude. And so for a lot of the energy in solitude right now, and I just want to kind of articulate this, between the work that we see between the Two of Swords in its reversal and the Five of Swords in its upright, I feel like there's something really energetically important there, specifically and particularly in relationality to working through the observation of how we ourselves try to build into things. And I feel like, again, like this is a lot of the work that we potentially expect when we're building into full moon cycles such as this one. And this work that we effectively identify here, and I want to describe this, I would not be surprised if there are energies, if there's energy in solitude right now that potentially feel like this is a lot of sword energy, so it can feel kind of roughshod, right? Like a lot of this energy that we're potentially seeing, the best way that I can describe it is it's working through the observation of identifying and recognizing how hard that we ourselves are trying to identify and define what allows the capacity of being able to effectively work through things. And you remember when I said that for a lot of that energy in solitude, the observation of being able to energetically witness sentiment forming around trauma, right? The quality and condition by which our own mind has a tendency of wrapping trauma in sentiment. We just keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy effectively working through experiences and circumstances such as that, right? It can sometimes feel really energetically frustrating, right? Because often that can sometimes make us feel like our own mind is energetically working against us. But you have to understand, right? And I feel like this is important to recognize. The mind cares about us so much and so deeply, right? And when we recognize the level of care by which the mind holds us, that they will often take any experience, no matter how difficult, right? And often the space by which something was awful, the space by which the mind tries to wrap sentiment around it, is basically the way that the mind is working to energetically protect the self upon dangerous memories, right? Or the space by which something feels like it hurts us to think about. And so I feel like there's a lot of the energy that is healing from experiences by which they recognize their own experience of feeling bad, right? And this is why we should never feel bad when there's a trauma experience, but we have a lot of sentiment around it. Because when we understand the quality of a mind that works to protect the space of an experience by wrapping it in sentiment, then we understand that that is literally the force of love that is coming through in order to effectively protect us. So we see that for a lot of the energy doing that work, there's a bit of work that I see that is happening right now as it relates to energy, untangling past memories in the space of identifying the space by which we carry true sentiment, right? The modality by which we recognize the sentiment in a moment that we feel that energetically impresses itself in the time that we ourselves experience it versus the protective sentiment, right? And that differentiation, right? The ability to define the sentiment that is protective versus the sentiment that is true is that the sentiment that is true is often integrated into the experience, right? The modality by which one felt the sentiment at the time that one was experiencing it is often the identification point of true sentiment versus the protective sentiment, which we don't necessarily have a word for. And it's a shame that we don't have a word for it, because the protective sentiment that we wrap around, right, a bad memory is often the work that the mind is doing in trying to make something healthy, even in the space by which we're trying to heal from it. So I feel like that's a lot of the energy that is working through that sorting process. But even in the space by which you're able to do so, they're getting better at being able to define it. And I almost feel like it's the energy that's searching for a word for it, specifically and particularly because I see that like like it's like sentiment isn't enough because you have to qualify, right? It's working through the quality of sentiment. Now, this is either something that's happening right now for energy that's in solitude or energy that's building into new relationship. Now, this brings us to the energy that's moving deeper into relationship right now. And we are speaking specifically upon the energy that's moving deeper into divine union. And that is specifically, so for a lot of the energy that we're seeing right now that is in solitude, those are the relationships that were coming together between now and the experience of the Capricorn new moon that we experienced in January. Now, for the energy that's moving deeper into divine union, and these are effectively the moon relationships that we talked about. And the reason that we're articulating that these are moon relationships is because specifically they were working through the observation of they were working through a lot of the lessons that we see that are identified in the moon card. And those are effectively, it was interesting because when I was reading for them, it was very hard at the time that they were coming together to be able to recognize what was effectively happening in those modalities, because it's becoming clearer now. Center card for today's spread. We've got here the Two of Wands in its reversal. And so let's identify a lot of that work that we're seeing right now with the Two of Wands in its reversal, because the Two of Wands in its reversal for a lot of these moon relationships right now, and the way I keep on seeing, and I want to kind of point this out because this is really interesting, because for a lot of the new relationships, I feel like it's interesting because there's new, and this is what I mean about the world relationships. There's a lot of that work that we effectively see that is happening specifically in relationality to investing effort in terms of bringing the past with them as they move into relationship, right? And this is what I keep on seeing. Like, these are relationships that are coming together right now, unpacking the past, right? But this is why I keep on hearing that it's healthy unpacking, because it's the unpacking of the past that is allowing another person to be able to identify the difference between true integrated sentiment versus false sentiment, as well as the ability, but I see that's interesting about it is for the moon relationships, right? It's coming into the modality of effectively releasing the past, right? And why do we see that a lot of those moon relationships, and these were the relationships that were basically coming together between January 18th, when we had that Capricorn new moon energy, up until Uranus stationing retrograde, which happened around September 6th, right? Why do we see a lot of those relationships that are letting go of the past? Because for a lot of those relationships, that observation of being able to recognize and identify, right, the quality by which they were navigating experiences or situations with relationships that they feel were missing or lacking integrity, right? Because these were the relationships by which they're finding the partnership that has the ability to energetically contain the sense of purpose, but not in the way by which the purpose is seen as third party. So for a lot of those relationships, that ability to do so is allowing for the space by which there's a deep, like I keep on getting, a deep energetic investment and expansion that is energetically occurring there. And even in the modality by which there's that expansion that's occurring, there's an observation of a lot of feelings that apparently are coming up there. But even in the modality by which they're coming up, we see that it's healing because it's in the space by which they're energetically healing that they're able to effectively identify and recognize what it is that they themselves have found that are allowing for the observation of the past in that perspective and direction. So we see that for a lot of the relationships that are moving through that effectively, there's a lot of this, I feel like there's a lot of that emotionality there, right? And a lot of those big feelings that are occurring. But even in the modality by which there's a lot of those big feelings, there's a lot of energetic healing. And even in the space by which we see that healing that's occurring, it's the ability to allow the past to be energetically released that is building into the context of finding energetic peace as they persist even further. Now, this brings us to the energy that is deep within divine union. And these are specifically the relationships that are based upon the Temperance card. These were the relationships that were coming together between September 6th. So this was the time that we saw Uranus that went into retrograde up until the solstice period that we had over the summer. Can I get 2 cards to clarify, please? Clarification coming through right now with the Temperance card in its reversal in combination with the 9 of Cups in its reversal. So what are we effectively seeing in relationality to a lot of that work right now? And I want to describe this. I feel like for a lot of the energy that is deep within divine union right now, there's something that I'm seeing that feels really important, specifically and particularly as it relates to being able to identify and recognize what it feels like. Hold on, like what it like, and I want to describe this like I've got a lot of this energy that is working upon capacity right now. And the thing about some of these temperance relationships is, and I want to describe this, like when we're working through energetic capacity, and it's the space, and I keep on getting like it's capacity and veracity. So it's like it's working through the ability of identifying an expansion process, but even in the space by which they're working through the expansion process, I keep on seeing there are these, like, I want to describe them as like frustrations that keep on coming up, right? A lot of these I want to get like, and this is, and I want to describe this because this is exactly what I was talking about in relationality to, the observation of what often happens in the experience of a Libra full moon and Aries season, right? So this is often, and this is exactly what I was talking about before we started the Daily Collective. I was literally giving an explanation on this, right? So here we are. we've got all this. We've got the Libra full moon, right? The Libra full moon is like trying to find that balance point, right? I always like to describe this like Libra energy. The best way I can describe Libra energy is like this. Okay? I don't know how to describe this, but it's like the balance point, right? You have to be able to have that. You have to be able to find that balance. And then here comes things. Here come things, right? All of the things, like all of the things. And often when you're going through the experience where you're like trying to do that, and then you've got all these things that are coming up suddenly, it can feel, right? And this is what we recognize. It can feel like that modality by which you want to energetically push things away and being like, oh, the things, right? The things are making it harder. But, and this is what's beautiful about it, right? When we understand, right? When we understand when we understand the work, like and this is what often happens with those with the healed Libra placements, right? when we understand the nature and of the work that we do is navigating the things, right? Then we don't see the things as problems. We see the things as blessings, right? Like that's effectively what we identify there, right? It's the modality by which we understand that all of those things that come towards us, right? We work towards finding it and we work towards harmonizing upon it. And it's not easy. But this is the thing I want you to kind of recognize, right? And this is important, okay? Because like the universe is very patient and the universe doesn't want to energetically bother us. So when we feel, right, and this is why it's really important that you have to like make sure that you heal your relationship to things if you're asking for manifestations, right? Because you'll be like sitting there, like you'll see somebody, you'll be like, what are you doing? You're like, I'm getting really like upset. Why are you getting upset? Because I'm trying to manifest. Okay, what's wrong? There's all these things coming towards me and it's getting in the way of the manifestation. And someone being like, well, what are the nature of the things? They're just things. There's too many things. Like it's the observation of understanding that it's beautiful to have one's hands full, right? And the modality by which one works through it is the space by which you find the energetic harmony. Because, and I want to describe this because, you know, often what happens, and this is really important, it's very important in the nature of navigating the space of our own energetic annoyance, right? Because, you know, you can't, when you're working through, right, if you're in the space by which you desire things, but then you're annoyed when things come to you, like what you're basically doing is you're creating a juxtaposition point that doesn't allow good like things to come towards you, right? So it's the modality by which we heal, and this is why I keep on talking about right now. We heal our relationship to our frustration, right? Because, and I want to point this out, right? Nothing is an energetic nuisance if we're energetically listening, right? The modality by which we understand and recognize that the things that come towards us are all seeking energetic harmony, right? Then we understand that the modality by which we energetically receive them is effectively the way that we're able to effectively work towards understanding and recognizing where to energetically place things. And it's interesting too, because, and I want to describe this, I wouldn't be surprised if there's a little bit of this work that we're identifying that is helping us heal some of the wounds that we effectively built, like navigated when we were going through all of that Pluto in in Capricorn energy, right? Because there's a difference between, right? There's a difference between compartmentalization and healthy energetic placement, right? And what is the difference between compartmentalization and healthy energetic placement? The modality by which we often feel that when we don't have the space necessary to be ourselves, then that is the space by which we energetically expand more, right? And every time, I'll tell you right now, every time you go through an expansion process, prepare to be frustrated, right? Prepare to get really annoyed. Prepare to get really, 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 like really frustrated, right? Because it's the modality by which we say, this isn't working, that the universe says, I'm listening to a solution, right? Like we answer the energetic call, right? We move towards that direction, right? And it's the ability by which we're able to identify those solutions. And this is the important thing you understand. The only way you find a solution is if you articulate upon the vulnerability, right? That is the space. And that's the hard part about it. And this is why we have to be clear about ourselves. Because it's not about, and this is the thing, creating the false premise that we have to be all strong and perfect all the time does not create the shape by which we can help each other in the best way possible, right? Especially when we take into consideration that love is active listening. And so I feel like there's a lot of that energy that we see here. And I keep on getting the modality by which we're able to articulate, right? And I keep on seeing when we get clear, the beautiful thing about getting clear is that we don't have to anticipate each other's needs. We're just able to plainly state them. Imagine a world, right? Imagine a world by which we don't need to be in the context of having to continually feel that we need to anticipate each other's needs, because we become clear enough that we can just articulate and state them, because that is effectively the work that we do. And I feel like a lot of the energy in divine union is working through that, continuing to get clarification between the Two of Swords in its reversal and the Five of Swords in its upright. Can I get one card to clarify, please? Clarification coming through right now with the Seven of Pentacles in its reversal. And I feel like the thing about it, you know, specifically what we're seeing with the Seven of Pentacles in its reversal, and I want to describe this for some of the energy in solitude right now, because what's the best way, the best way I can describe this, and I need to point this out. I feel like I wouldn't be surprised if there's some energy right now in solitude that feels like there's a lot of flashback energy coming up, or a lot of experiences of the past by which one, and I want to point this out, and I keep on getting this has to do with the nature of the mind, right? And the thing about it is the nature of the mind reminds us of things. And I want you to understand, the mind is amazing. And the mind is a library in the space by which the mind is perpetually reminding us of things. And the space by which we are patient with those reminders is also the way that we listen to our minds, right? And here's the thing about it, right? The mind is never saying, go back there, okay? I need to describe this. It's not the space by which we often have this, right? Like the mind, you have to understand, okay? The mind is built upon the things that we experience. And when you think about the understanding that your experience is built upon energetic memories, then you understand that memories are the storage device by which we're able to work through the experiences of the present even deeper, right? And so I keep on getting, like, the message is coming through is when we have those moments of something from the past coming back, right? They're not being brought forth to energetically hurt us. I know sometimes it feels like they are, right? Like, this is what we identify. Like, there's a lot of energy I feel like is coming up as it relates. I keep on getting painful memories, right? But the space by which, and this is what's nice about it, right? The reason by which the mind holds on to painful memories is to try to energetically protect us, right? And when you think about that, when you think about a mind that holds on to a painful memory because it says, maybe one day you'll need, right? Maybe one day you'll need something in that moment, right? I know it's hard to hold, but there might be something there necessary in order to avoid that again. Then we hold our memories as energetically blessed, because the memories arrive to help us fortify our energetic direction, right? And this is why, right, it sometimes can feel, and there's this false illusion by which we often look to and go like, I wish I could forget that. But instead, right, what you're not looking to do is forget, but you're looking for a way to hold it in a way that it doesn't burn your hand as you're holding it, right? The modality by which one understands a healthy memory is the ability to feel energetically fortified by it and not stung by it. And that takes, right, it's really painful, right? It's so hard. It makes us angry. It makes us furious, right? Because it's, what does the mind say? You never should have had to go through that.
You never should have had to go through that, but by holding it, it will now protect you from ever having to go through it again, right? And when we understand the nature of our minds, it says, this is how much I love you, right? I know it's hard to hold, but I guarantee you if you hold it, it'll protect you from having to go through it again. Then we change our relationships to our memories in the space by which we understand, right? That we can hold, right? We can hold a past that wasn't easy, but also recognize how important it was, because it allows the space by which it brings you to where you are at this moment. And it's not easy, and it's complicated, and it's confusing, and we often feel like we're juggling it, right? we often feel those modalities by which we feel like we juggle it, right? Because sometimes you're like, I can't hold it that long. I can't, like, right? A little bit. But the space by which we do so is why we help each other. Because, and I need to point this out, when we care about each other, right? When we care about each other, we help each other see more, right? And in the space by which we help each other see more, we understand and recognize the space or the nature by which we ourselves identify the shape of what it is that we're trying to do effectively. And so I keep on getting that there's something very beautiful and respective about some of those energies that are in solitude, that are working in partnership right now. Because I keep on getting that for a lot of that energy, like working into, right? Working into the modality by which they work to heal one another is being able to identify and recognize the space and nature by which another is able to energetically do something in such a way that they're able to find new processes in terms of how to navigate it. So this is why I see a lot of those relationships that are coming together, right? They're talking heavily about the past, but I think I keep on saying the thing about it that they're noticing that's important is that they're not talking about the past longingly, right? They're talking they're talking about the past to help fortify the direction by which they're learning from it, right? They're utilizing the past as a learning engine, which is what the past is supposed to be for. Now, continuing to get clarification between the Five of Swords in combination with the Two of Wands and its reversal. One card to clarify. Yeah, especially with the Hierophant in its upright, right? Now, this is what's important about it. This is why we can't be too precious about our past, right? When we're too precious about our past and we say don't touch it, then you can't learn anything from it, right? We hold the past reverently in the fact that it's a learning engine, and the space by which we hold it reverently is the space by which it becomes sacred to us. But when something becomes too sacred that you can't touch it, it's not effectively helpful, is it? Right? It's not helpful. Don't touch that. Don't touch that. No, that's my special memory. Don't touch my special memory. No, nobody touch my special memory. What is it for then? That's my special memory. Nobody touches my special memory. Okay, that's great. I'm sorry I touched your special memory. What is the point of having an energetic memory if you can't touch it? It doesn't make any sense. And this is what we understand. Like, and I feel like this is, and the reason this is coming up for some of the moon relationships is because I see, right? I see some kind of modality by which, right? I can see the energy. And I want to describe this because remember when I said those moon relationships? Those moon relationships, and I want to describe this. The reason I keep on hearing that is somebody saying to them as they moved away from partnership, you're not the person I thought you were. And this is what happens when energy gets enamored. That's idolatry. Okay, right there, well, you just heard that's idolatry, because that's the modality by which another person says you're not the person I thought you were, because that person wasn't invested in knowing the person you are, but rather be the person that they aspired you to be, right? And this is why we have to energetically heal from the ability to identify and recognize that when we hold memories too sacredly, then we don't build into the blessing of the energetic experiences that are all around us, right? The modality by which the present is always the most sacred energy, because the present becomes the past that we hold dearly, right? And when we understand that, then the modality by which we hold each other in that way is the space by which we're always trying to amplify the present moment, because it's the space by which we energetically observe and identify what it is that we ourselves are working through. And even in the space by which we energetically work through something, that observation or that understanding helps us to identify and recognize what becomes energetically expansive experiences. So I keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy effectively working through circumstances and situations such as those, that observation of being able to identify, right, the gift that we give to each other in each moment is trying to amplify the present as well as we possibly can. And that's what I keep on seeing, that a lot of these moon relationships are finding in partnership, right? The ability to effectively identify and work through the modality or the experience by which they're able to effectively hold each other in all of their energetic facets, but the modality by which they're at the same time working to heal, right, from a past by which another person was potentially perpetually articulating their disappointment, right? Not in the person that they found, but in the ideal that they held about an individual. And that's not true love, right? True love is when you get to know someone more and you fall more and more in love with that individual. It's the space by which we find the ability to navigate each of our facets. And that doesn't mean, right? That doesn't mean that there aren't things there, right? It doesn't mean that there aren't things there that we're not trying to work on, right? It doesn't mean that there aren't things there that could use a little tweaking, right? And we try to effectively identify that. But the space by which, right? The space by which we energetically try to prioritize each other's happiness, right? That is the modality and the experience by which we effectively identify and recognize love, right? So I see that for a lot of the energy working through that, it feels energetically expansive. But I keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy doing this work, healing from experiences or working through past scenarios by which, right, working through past scenarios by which they themselves, right, may have experienced situations by which another person effectively, by which another person effectively works through their own energetic frustrations, but not just their own frustrations, but the space of taking another person's frustrations out on them in the space of projection, right? I keep on seeing that there's a lot of, this is why you want to just see right now, I've got a lot of the energy right now, the energy that's coming into connection, right? And this is what I told you, the energy right now is in Congress, because the energy that is coming into union is opening up the past, right? And the energy in coming into union is closing the past, right? They feel like they finally have understood something in the way by which they feel that sense of stabilization that's occurring. Now, this brings us to those temperance relationships. And this is combination between the Two of Wands in its reversal and the Temperance card in its reversal. One card to clarify, please. Clarification coming through right now with the World card in its reversal. And here's the thing I need to stress with some of these temperance relationships right now. And the thing about the temperance relationships, and I want to describe this because I think that this is really important. It's not the space, right? I want to point out, and I want to stress this. I feel like there's something about the temperance relationships that are healing from hyper, I gotta stress this, there's something about the temperance relationships right now that are healing from hyper independence. Okay. And I want to point this out. This is what and you have to remember these temperance relationships. Remember, I said the work is mutual. The work is mutual, and we identify that the work is mutual, then it's the work that's mutual that effectively identifies or works through the modality by which I feel like this energy has a little too much, I'll figure it out. Okay. That's what I keep on saying. This energy, I need to stress this. There's some of this energy that's got a little too much, I'll figure it out. And I need to point this out because, and I need to stress, like, how is that trust wound going? I don't mean that, I know, I'm sorry. How's that trust wound going? And that's the thing, I mean, listen, I'm just going to tell you, like, how's that trust wound going? Because when that's what I'll figure it out is, right? I am saying this. I am saying this from a place of deep love. Okay, I'm saying this. I am saying this. You don't have to, all right? And this is the hard part about it, right? When there's energy that cares, right? When there's energy that cares, it's the observation of saying to another, I know you'll figure it out, but what if I introduce to you the life-changing possibility that you don't have to? And it can be really, I know, it can be really hard to break those bars, right? It can be really hard to break those bars because it's the space by which we work to heal trust, by being able to entrust things, right? And the modality by which we work to entrust is the space by which the only way to entrust is to give another person the possibility to energetically learn something, right? And the modality by which it's often not perfect, but the space by which we effectively improve and get better upon it is how, right? Is how we effectively work through things. And so I feel like there's a lot of that energy there. Right. And the thing I keep on seeing with a lot of that energy is, right, it's like I feel like I keep on hearing the energy deep within divine union, working through the ability of having this. And I want to point this out. When you're in healthy relationship and you say, I'll figure it out, it's the modality by which you're articulating to another. It says, right, I want to describe it as, it's like the trust wound. It's the trust wound in action, right? It's the trust wound in action. It's the, like, there it is, like it's the observation of working through something, and I need to stress this. It's not without good reason. It's not without good reason. I see a lot of this energy deep within divine union, having to have carried deep wounds in the modality by which they trusted, right? They trusted another implicitly, and another person struck them deep in the trust, right? And I gotta stress this, right? Getting struck deep in the trust, like, it hurts. It really hurts, right? That's what we talk about. Like, that's a Chiron wound. Like, you want to understand what a Chiron wound is? A Chiron wound is someone just sticking you so deep in the trust that it takes your breath away and you never catch it again. It's hard to breathe after that, right? It's like one of those moments, and it's often the space by which you can notice someone that carries a Chiron wound around that says it's not the space by which they desire to, but they can't go through it again, right? And so I feel like for a lot of the energy, it's hard because it's working through, right? And the hard part about it is like working through the modality by which one says, I'll handle it myself, which is the modality that articulates the feeling of saying, I haven't learned how to trust again, or I'm working upon the space of trust. And so I feel like, and I keep on getting, that's a lot of the energy, I think, that's deep within divine union that almost articulates to one another and says, here's the thing about it, You can't trust, you cannot rush a trust wound. I need to stress this. You cannot rush. You cannot rush the healing of a trust wound. And you will see people who try to rush a trust wound and they create deeper trauma around it, right? And so that's why I almost see the energy that loves each other, that articulates and says, you take all the time you need with that trust wound, right? Like you take all the time you need. You take all the time you need with that trust wound. But I'm here, right? It's the energy that almost says, I'm here, holding you dearly as you recognize and work through it, right? Like that. And that's the way that we effectively love each other, is often the space by which we effectively bear witness to one another healing our trust wounds, right? And I feel like that, for a lot of the energy right now, deep within divine union, is like the grandest shape that their love has ever taken, because it's not somebody saying you heal that trust wound right you heal that trust wound right this moment, right? Like as if you could, just hurry up and heal that trust wound. But the space by which you say to each other, I know, take your time, I'm healing it with you, right? Continuing to get, and that's how it heals faster. Continuing to get clarification between the Temperance card and its reversal with that 9 of Cups in its upright. One card to clarify, please. All right. A lot of sacral stuff happening right now. Yeah, the Lover's card in its reversal. And I got to tell you right now, I gotta have a little pep talk to all the energy in solitude right now. You know, I see a lot of this energy in solitude right now, because the thing about it, and I just need to stress this, okay, it's getting a little romantic in here. And I'm not saying that like a good thing, okay? I'm not saying that like a good thing. Because here's the thing about it, all right? And I need to point out, when it's romantic, there should be a little bit of laughter involved. Because the thing is, and I need to stress this, right? Romantic often romanticizes toxic stuff, okay? That's what I keep on. And here's the thing about it, like you always notice that, like that's why when I say romantic, I'm like, because it's often very toxic, okay? Let's just be clear about it. It looks good on paper. It's not great in real life, okay? Keep it in the space, and this is what we talk about, right? And this is what we recognize when we're in a healthy space, which is and that's what I meant in terms of finding balance, right? Which is the modality by which, right? The modality by which you can articulate upon something. I keep on getting the space by which something, the difference between something that is fun two-dimensionally, but not in multiple dimensions, is the observation of being able to effectively recognize and identify the variation, right? The variation upon, right, what one builds into in terms upon a nuanced experience. And I feel like this is really energetically important, you know? Because I need to point this out. And this is what's really important too, because we need to get into this, because I don't know where this like misconception is coming from, right? Because healthy energy understands that the reason that we are taught, like the reason that we articulate upon the space by which something is very energetically grand, is the modality by which it's breathtaking, but the space by which we understand the difference between, I keep on getting, there's something important that I see that's happening right now in energy that understands the difference between art and life, right? And here's the thing about it, right? The space by which we understand, like, and you have to understand this too, because when you understand that often, right, and we don't have enough words for things, the space by which art often converts bad memories into something beautiful does not mean that we demand that ugliness in our life, right? The space by which we effectively recognize the identification point of what it is that we ourselves are working through or working for does not require the space that is the space by which, right? And you'll often notice this, right? The ability to write upon something or to articulate upon something, the further you get, right? Because you're trying to put something, right? And again, when we notice the same tendency, right? When we notice the same tendency in the mind as in art, right? When we notice the tendency of the mind to take something horrific and try to put something energetically beautiful around it, then we recognize that we often do that in the work that we identify in terms of what we ourselves have articulated. But it doesn't mean that that's what we hope to find in the future. That doesn't mean, right? It doesn't mean that that's a longing for something, but it's the ability to energetically release it, right? The modality by which we're energetically releasing something allows us to be able to find more beyond us. So we see that for a lot of the energy, right? I feel like there's something about, I don't know what's going on right now for a lot of this energy in solitude, but I almost see somebody, right? Like I almost see a situation by which another person tries to articulate, and there's nothing worse than somebody creating trauma and trying to articulate upon the fact that another person energetically desired it. But you'll often notice that trauma, right? Trauma will often try to find a reason to define why it's there, right? And the modality by which trauma will search for a reason by which another person was seeking to be traumatized. I need to articulate this. Nobody ever desires to be energetically traumatized. They desire to build into the context of being held. They desire the context of being held and the ability to articulate upon what is held. And that's the beautiful thing. Everybody is held in different ways. And the modality by which we articulate upon how another person feels held is the identification on how we identify and recognize the capacity for care. Because when we stop saying, and this is how we heal from the false premise of those who are who try to look at love as traumatizing, going, why won't you let me love you? Because of that. Because of that. Because the word let should never be experienced in the context of love. Because when you care about someone, you say, I would like to hold you. What does being held mean to you in this moment, right? And that's when you can recognize that if you're giving someone distance and they've asked for it, you are holding them, right? If you are in the modality by which another person has articulated and you're building into it, you are holding them in that moment. Your love does not dissipate in the space by which you're not able to give it to someone the way that you would aspire to, but in the space by which you recognize that you are being energetically mindful in relationality to another person articulated that they would energetically like that holding to be. And when we care about each other, right, we recognize that we can hold each other at every moment in a million different ways. And the way that we hold each other is the capacity by which we understand that we are being mindful of each other's wishes. And so that is a lot, and I want to keep on, I want to even see this. I feel like a lot of energy right now in solitude, right? Potentially working through experiences by which they still hold care for others. And that's the way it should be, right? Because when you move into a care space, it should not require you to eviscerate any care that you had prior to entering, right? This is when we understand the expansive of an energetic relationship and being able to understand the nuances of our love are expansive and we are holding each other in different ways at every moment. And in the modality by which we understand that, then it allows us to be able to build upon our own capacity in understanding, right? Not the space. And this is often why when you get into the place of comparison for love, it's such a faulty context. Because the modality by which the way we hold one person versus another may require different things. And when we're able to discern how another is being held, then that is the sound of us learning how to love properly, right? That is That is the proportional love that doesn't say, what's wrong? I gave you the same thing as I gave them. That's not love. That's not love. That's not love. Love is the capacity of understanding how each needs to be held and doing so in a way by which they feel that they're held in the process of it. Continuing to get clarification between the Seven of Pentacles in its reversal and the Hierophant in its upright. And this is bringing us into the moon relationships. I feel like there's a lot of emotionality that's coming through right now, specifically and particularly with some of these moon relationships, with the observation of having to navigate relationships in the past wherein they didn't feel that they were held properly. And here's the hard thing. Here's the hard thing about being held. It is our responsibility to make sure we're being held, we are being held right. It is our responsibility, right? Some of it we can't help, right? Some of it we can't help. Some of it we can. And when it becomes our energetic responsibility, then we get in the business of articulating to another what that form of care would be, right? And the space by which we articulate that specifically allows us the ability to be held even deeper, right? It's not easy. It's painful. It's difficult. It feels emotional as we do it. But the modality by which we articulate upon it is how we heal even deeper, right? And so I feel like we've got a lot of that vulnerability that's coming through right now. And the space by which we work through the vulnerability, and this is what I keep on seeing, for a lot of these moon relationships, the reason they're observing this is because they're finally being held properly. And this is why it can sometimes be really painful and really create a lot of emotional upheaval when you enter a healthy relationship, because sometimes you can't see how improperly you are held until you're being held right. Continuing to get clarification between our Hierophant in combination with the World card and its reversal. One card to clarify, please. Nine of Wands in its reversal. And so I want to get back to these temperance relationships and I want to point out, the hard part with some of these temperance relationships right now is being able to identify the nature of the wound that they're carrying, is what I keep on seeing, right? Like I keep on seeing, like there's a gift there. There's a gift. I know, it's not a great gift. It's not a great gift. Yay! It's like, but it's an important one, right? Because when you understand the nature of the wound that you're carrying, you can get busy in the process of healing it, right? Like, and that's what we talk about. The nature of healing is painful because you're going to get ready to see things. They're like, ooh, you know what I mean? Like, it's hard, right? But I want to point out, that's why our ability of having a good relationship is in equal proportion to being able to see hard things, because it's the modality or the experience by which we recognize and understand the space by which, and this is the thing about it, and I want to point this out, right? We all have less than desirable tendencies. We all have things that we're actively working on trying to get better at. And the beautiful thing, and I want to stress this, the experience of knowing you will be exactly calibrated on how concerned you are with healing those things within your person. And it doesn't need you to be perfect at it. It needs you to be aware of it. And it's hard. It's hard when you're hyper aware. Okay, so it makes it it makes it harder, right? Because it feels like you're carrying both. You've got to hold the world in two hands. You've got to hold the world in the hands by which you understand the perception of others, right? And also the misperceptions in terms of how others perceive, and also the nature of the wound that you yourself are energetically carrying. But the modality by which we do that is how we find balance, right? Because it's the space by which we say, I'm energetically, like, it's the space by which we say at every moment, right? That we're ready for that we're working through it, right? Then it becomes, that's what it takes to be a warrior, right? A warrior doesn't go into things going, I am the strongest. Like a warrior does not go into things going, I am the strongest, right? Often the warrior goes in and goes, I'm not great, but I know what I'm good at. Okay, not great. There's a lot of things I'm not great at, but there's a few things. I got a couple things I do that I feel pretty energetically secure about, right? And the modality by which that is the nature that we get stronger, right? The nature by which we get stronger is by admitting the vulnerability, because that's the space by which all of that light gets in, right? That's the space by which we say, I'm ready right now. Like, let's do this. Let's find out more, right? Let's explore that. Now, continuing to get clarification. And I feel like that's what's happening right now for a lot of the energy, the temperance relationships, right? It's like they're working through a lot of that heaviness, and it's not easy, but it's important. Continuing to get clarification, moving back to the energy in solitude between the World card and the Lover's card and its reversal. Man, these two cards together. Can I get one card to clarify? Yeah, we've got the four of Swords and its upright, and I need to stress this. You know, we got to talk about this bitterness thing. There is nothing sillier than holding bitterness towards things, right? Because what is bitterness? Like, what is bitterness beyond? Like, I keep on getting, and it's not the fact that there isn't something here. The thing about bitterness that we have to talk about is the quality of bitterness is almost directly connected to the ego, right? Because what does the ego say? You're gonna put up with them? You're gonna deal with them? Like, you know, like it's like the ego always says, right? Me. And that's what the ego always says. Could this be a little sweeter? Could you make this a little sweeter? Could you just make this a little sweeter? Could you just make this a little sweeter? Right? Like it's like the ego is always finding something wrong with stuff. The ego's like, you know, it would make this better. But here's the thing about it. When we answer the call, right, then often it's a space by which we build into the amplification of, again, and this is what happens. If you want more bliss, you have to be able to understand the quality of energetically of modification, right? And what is modification? Modification is trying to work through the space of unified bliss, right? And unified bliss is the space by which one is attenuating in relationality to not just looking about what feels like it's sweet for the self, but the way by which one is trying to expand that to all of those around the self, right? It's the work that we do, right? The work that we do to try to harmonize our bliss that becomes the beautiful thing for not just ourselves, but for the work, for everything around us, right? And I feel like that's a lot of the energy that is healing. And I want to describe this. I've got some energy in solitude that is potentially working through like hard memories. And they're going through hard memories and saying to themselves, what, like, so I keep on getting memories by which another person says, right? Like, I keep on seeing somebody, and I keep on getting the space by which another person articulates energetic disappointment is the modality by which, and I keep on getting, the only space by which disappointment should be articulated is in the modality by which I keep on seeing ego driven, right? And I want to point this out, right? And we kind of have to work this through, because ego driven is never healthy. And often it's a space by which we understand. I want to describe this. We need an ego, okay? It's not about shedding the ego entirely. You need that thing. The ego is there to protect you, right? When the ego is working optimally, then it's able to navigate as an energetic filter. We see our ego, we're able to work through the filter of the ego. But when the ego is too, and this is the thing you have to understand, right? When the ego is an overactive ego will see everything as hurt. An overactive ego will see hurt, even as someone's trying to give you a gift, right? Literally the space where someone will be giving you will try to give you a gift, and the ego will say, they're trying to Like they're trying to, it's like that. That's what an overactive ego does. An ego creates too much fear, right? You have to understand this, because when the ego is overactive, it feels like one has to constantly protect from everything. And you have to understand that what you have to be conscientious about, if you're worried about your ego, is when you start moving into the space by which you feel like everyone's against you, then that's probably a sign that the ego is driving. Okay? Like if you ever want a little bit of an indicator as to whether the ego is overactive, is if you are navigating situations and you feel like everything is against you, everything, there it is, right? If everything is against you, there's the ego that has become too energetically big, because everything is seen as threat, right? That is an ego that is not working effectively. And that's why it's impossible, because you can't get near someone who's too deep in their ego, because you can't get too close to somebody too deep in their ego, because there's nothing you can do that they won't see. There's nothing you can do that they won't see as harm, right? It's a very isolating experience, and then it builds on itself, right? Because there you go. They got the overactive ego that says everyone's against you, and then you're overly sensitive, and then energy is afraid to come near you because you're overly sensitive, and then you go, see them avoiding you. You know what I mean? It's like ego in overdrive, right? And so we heal for that by being energetically expansive, right? And this is what we talk about in terms of navigating our fear, because a bit of fear is healthy, right? You need a bit of fear to navigate. Fear is good if it helps you move in healthy directions. But when fear creates a space by which, right, you feel the need, right? You feel the need to energetically protect. Well, there it is, right? There's the ego in overdrive, right? Anything that says everything is out to get the self, like that's the ego, like that is the ego in overdrive. Continuing to get clarification. And so I feel like that's important, because for a lot of the energy that is in solitude, that observation of effectively working through circumstances and situations that effectively navigate and recognize what is energetically important, right? I feel like that's a lot of the energy that's working through experiences by which they felt, right? They had those experiences by which they themselves felt triggered, and potentially having had to experience situations in the past by which another person's overactive ego was constantly coming in the space by which they were articulating upon the hurt that they were causing. And that's what's so painful about it, is because when you're too close to someone who's too deep in their ego, it does a lot of damage to our self-conscience, right? Because it often is the space by which somebody says, you know, you're hurting everything, you're hurting everyone, right? And it's a modality by which we understand that I see that this is a lot of the energy that's working. That's what I said, a lot of that unpacking to try to build into a deeper understanding of the self in the process. Continuing to get clarification between our 2 of Pentacles in its upright and the 9 of Wands in its reversal. One card to clarify, please. Clarification coming through right now with the Justice card in its reversal. So let's talk a little bit about this Justice card in its reversal, because and we're moving back into those moon relationships. This is what's so interesting about this, because I keep on getting the energy in solitude is like diving into the past, and I keep on getting the moon relationships are closing an energetic chapter. And I want to describe this, like the reason I keep on getting the fact that it feels like they're closing an energetic chapter is the modality or the experience by which they're recognizing and identifying what they couldn't see before, right? And that's why I keep on getting, even though there's feelings coming up, right? Like I keep on getting that the feelings are reaffirming their own commitment to the relationship. And I keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy that is effectively doing that work, it's helping them to find easement on something that has been bothering them deeply for an incredibly long time, right? Like this is a lot of energy that often felt that they were, right? The like I keep on hearing, like I keep on getting there was a lot of this energy that did not think that they would ever find a partnership that would be able to hold the full summary of self. And I just keep on seeing that there's something important here in relationality to that energy that is identifying and recognizing the force or the shape of intention, specifically and particularly because it is the observation of the energy that is now able, I feel like they're finally seeing what was missing that was causing them a lot of that energetic conflict. Now, moving into the energy, the temperance relationships. One card to clarify, bottom of the deck, King of Cups, and it's upright. And here's the thing with this King of Cups energy, and it's upright. And I want to describe this. It's interesting that I like to see a King of Cups here because a King of Cups in its upright often articulates upon our own ability to effectively work to find energetic balance. And the thing about it that we often see is for some of that energy, and I want to describe this, and I feel like it's specifically in understanding, and I keep on stressing this. It's really important that we work into the context of being able to recognize and identify what an energetic priority is. And the thing about priorities, and I want to point this out, it's really hard to hold priorities because everybody is always demanding that you have the wrong priorities, right? Like that is the hard part that we often work through, particularly as we're navigating trauma environments. But I need to and I feel like the question that's effectively coming through with a lot of this work is identifying that the thing about priority is that priority and purpose hold each other, like they hold hands, right? And priority and purpose is often articulated in the space, and I like to describe this. When others can effectively see, right, the ability for others to effectively see the space by which we're trying to energetically unify purpose allows us to be able to do more, right? Like, and I need to stress this, like, and unified purpose allows for expansion, but unified purpose can only come through the facet of being able to energetically trust one another. And the hard part is it's very hard in a world that builds into, and we just have to accept this, there are unhealthy tendencies of a world that is often built by energy that tries to support a me mentality, right? The us against them mentality that ruins everything is the modality by which one says, have some rules, but then be exceptional, right? You don't like, oh no, that's the them rule. That's not an us rule, right? The space by which, the moment that you know that you're out of alignment is when you articulate that there are special rules that apply to the self. Okay, it's like, there you go. There it is, right? Right? It's not, because here's the thing. If everybody, a healthy manifestation goal is one that's mutually shared. So in a world by which we could always trust, then we would always be in the space by which, and you'll often see the health of relationships or even cultures is built upon the healthy manifestation goal that's mutually shared. But when you create the space, right, that articulates upon the best, then you understand how toxic bestness is. Because the modality by which it says, oh, well, you didn't get that because you're not the best, being like, well, that's not, there's only one best, so that doesn't make any sense, right? Because it creates the space by which everyone's always hurting each other to be the best, instead of trying to bring out the best qualities in each and every individual. So when we understand the nature of bestness, bestness is best is blessed when we bring out the best in each other. Best is blessed when our best brings out other people's best, right? And when we understand that that quality is not conditional upon having, right? It's not the space by which we effectively feel, right? The space by which we feel that we're doing our best, we become energetically unique. And that's where we become best known for, right? That's what a legacy is made of. Right? And you'll often see this, that the energy, you'll notice this, the energy that spends their whole life trying to be best becomes a tragedy in the eyes of the world that had to experience them. But the modality by which another person works to bring out the best in others, the gift that we give and trying to build in forth in that, right? That is what an energetic legacy is. Because it's not the space by which you arrive and say, oh, it was great. I did everything for me. I did everything for me. I did everything for me. Right? But like the space by which you say, right? I tried to spread that give. I tried to spread that give, right? Tried to spread that give as much as I could, right? And even in the modality by which you do, it never feels like there's enough, right? And that's the modality by which we're energetically remembered, right? That is the sound of our love resonating in ways that are profound and unknown. Final card for today's read, King of Swords in its reversal. And I feel like that's the hard part. And I need to point out the thing about this, and I need to point out the thing about it, a Libra moon in Aries energy can sometimes create really righteous energy, right? And I got to tell you, when another person's in a projection space, like the space by which one feels righteous, it's not right, right? Righteousness is usually the ego that is like going on a bender, okay? Like when you realize that righteous is ego on a bender, then there's nothing righteous about it. Because I need to point out a healthy scale does not articulate upon unfairness. A healthy scale works to find balance. A healthy scale builds into the context of being able to recognize and identify, right, the space by which we energetically work to create something that feels energetically better. And you'll often see this because, and I want to point this out, right, the modality by which another person hurts someone and says, I was trying to protect. Protect from what? Protect from your ego that was feeling in danger? Was your ego in danger in that moment? So you had to unleash something within you to protect that ego that you felt was in danger, right? This is why it's so important for us to be able to feel our feelings and to make friends with our fear. And that doesn't mean you chase your fearful hilt. That doesn't mean you go after your fear, but you have a healthy relationship with your fear, which is understanding what the fear is trying to show you. Because when you are building into the introspection of emotions, the emotions always want to lead you places, okay? And when we are patient in understanding our emotions, when the emotions are leading us to the ego, they lead us to a mirror, right? It's the modality by which we work through something and we see something that we ourselves are working through. But when the emotions are trying to find something that's important, they guide us in the direction of what our force of care is. And so we don't allow the emotions to guide us, but we listen to what the emotions are asking for because it shows us whether the work needs to go inward or outward. So I feel like that's a lot of the work that we have to do with this type of moon, recognizing, right? It's a gift to identify where the work needs to go. Bottom of the deck, Seven of Swords in its reversal. And I feel like a lot with the Seven of Swords in its reversal is, and I want to describe this, right? There's something really important that I see about this particular full moon, which talks about the understanding of identifying the full nature of what we're energetically experiencing, right? There is no deeper entitlement to see someone operating out of need and then to punish them for a choice that they're making, right? Because the understanding by which we get invested to understand helps us to define what effectively works us into a deeper space of recognition, or the space by which we recognize the nature of what it is that we're working to heal within us. And I like to point this out. having a healthy understanding of the self will help you understand clearly what is a you problem versus what is another person's problem. And that doesn't mean that it's perfect, but that's why we say knowing the self is so important, because knowing the self will help you immediately assess the difference between something that you need to work upon versus something that another person is trying to divest themselves on by putting you in the space of having to deal with it. And the sad part is that's the nature of projection, right? The nature of projection likes to point a finger and try to articulate the fault, right? The healthy energy is always trying to identify upon a solution. So make sure that even if you're navigating through frustration right now, not working through fault-based narratives that effectively, and I like to point out, fault-based narratives are completely useless, because fault-based narratives are often the source of projection, whereas we identify solution, which is the ability to recognize and identify what one is doing better that allows for better things to happen. That is our daily collective read for today. I want to thank you guys so much for being here and receiving these messages. Just a reminder, if you would like to book a private reading with me, it is a two-step process. You have to book the reading, you have to pay for the reading. Please make sure you do both if you'd like to have that reading. Most importantly, please remember that I will never, ever, 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 ever reach out to you for a private reading. I will never DM you. I will never PM you. I will never slide into your inbox and tell you that I have a very important message that only I can deliver. The only way you can book a reading with me is if you book one on my site, so I would encourage you to do it there. A couple of updates before we move into personal readings today. First and foremost, thank you to everybody who was a part of our recent tarot class. Our next tarot class is going to be held on Thursday, April 16th at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. We will be continuing our studies into the tarot with a focus on the court cards in the wand suit. If you would like to become part of that tarot class program, all you need to do is head on over to my stack and become a paid subscriber. Your paid subscription to my stack is your ticket of entry into our live classes each and every month. As a paid subscriber, you will also have access to over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library Class Archive. Now, it's not necessary to catch up. I'll be doing my best to give you an update on everything we've studied prior to beginning that next class, but the material is there for you to receive as you're ready to receive it. You'll also have access to a complimentary one-on-one chat with me and the other students to ask any questions that you may have in relation to anything we've learned and studied thus far. And if you become a founding member, not only will you receive a discount on the full year's worth of classes, you'll also have access to over 20 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library Class Archive, as well as the opportunity of receiving a complimentary mentorship class with me, where I will meet with you personally to assess where you are on your own personal tarot journey and give you the best insights in terms of how to utilize those classes to the best of your advantage, moving towards your tarot goals going forward. One of the things I try to do in these classes was make them accessible to the absolute novice tarot reader as well as the seasoned reader. There's definitely something there for everyone. Don't let your lack of experience or your robust experience prevent you from joining us in these classes. And even if you don't become a paid subscriber to my stack, I would encourage you to follow me there to stay up to date on any new offerings or services. I also post my weekly newsletter there, which lets you know about my in-person events, as well as my online live schedule, as well as my mystic meditation articles, which will give you updates on everything we've been seeing energetically in the cards. I just wrote one on this full moon that we've got coming up tomorrow that you can find over there now. Finally, I want to let you guys know that on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. These are for any of my students seeking a more personalized educational experience with me. I take a very limited number of students for this reason, as those classes are focused on each individual's personal spiritual goals and journey work. Those classes can be purchased on an individual level or as a monthly class series, weekly or bi-weekly, as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your personal journey. I'm also very happy as well to offer dream interpretation readings, which you can purchase per dream or as a series. If you purchase a dream series, I would encourage you to start to keep a dream journal, as we will meet weekly or bi-weekly with those journals and utilize the tarot to understand the key themes and messages coming towards you in the dream space. I want to thank you guys so much for being here and receiving these messages, and we will do this again tomorrow. That is our daily collective read for today. We are going to get started on personal readings. Congratulations to Avatar. You got our highest gifter today, so you'll be receiving a free reading. Chevy, I see that you came in second, so you will have an additional card in your free one cards. For anybody who's interested in getting on the list for today, the list is open. You will be the fourth person read for. It's 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We're also going to be doing a giveaway when we get to 50K likes. Friends, we're already at 41.5K, so make sure you're tapping that screen, and we will get to 50K in no time. I'm just going to take a few minutes to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Hi there, Way. Hi there, Adam. Thank you for those gifts. I appreciate you. The list we have right now is Stella, Ava, and Avatar. So if anybody else wants to get on the list right now, you will be the fourth person read for. Also, if you are on the hold list and would like to be added back to the list, I just need you to go ahead and let me know the date that you are added to the hold list. I'll be happy to add you back as well. And if you're joining us across the other apps, you can get on the list via my tree that has links in it in my bio. Excellent. And yes, T, the list is open. And guys, please thank our mod, K. Megan, for all of their help today. And thank you, Shelly, for the follow. Thank you as well for being here and receiving these messages, M. Yeah, feeling expansion currently. The mind. It's an interesting, I don't know if it's about, I think I like to think about the mind balanced with the heart, right? I don't think it's at one at the behest of the other. I think that it's a balancing point. Reynald, I hope that helps. Hi there, Melinda. I went through this, hold on a minute, just reading over. I went through this last night and had a good cry session. But I need to point out, like, I wouldn't be surprised if there's a lot of emotions that are coming up right now, right? Like, especially with what we're seeing. Thank you for confirmation and sending you support. Absolutely. Yeah, thank you for confirming as well, Ella. And thank you, Audrey, for the follow. Hi there, Minnie. How are you doing today? Hi there, Eric. And thank you for the follow, Eric. Absolutely. Hi there. You see that a lot in movies. Like, don't touch the special memory. Yeah. Don't touch that special memory. Thank you, Melissa, for being here and receiving these messages. Absolutely. Excellent. Yep. So far, you have a day off. Oh, I love that. Okay, I think that's a great way to spend today. That's beautiful. Yeah, I mean, like, it's interesting. Like, it's interesting that you use the word silence, Valentina, you know? Because, like, it actually, it says to me, like, there's something important. Um, it's important about what others need, right? Because some, like, some right now might need conversation, some might need silence. It's going to depend, right? Yeah, absolutely. Right in the trust. Boy, it does. Thank you. Absolutely. And thank you so much, Franklin, for the follow. I know there's a lot going on right now. Sending you so much support, Nicole, on your journey. That's not easy. Hold on a minute. But I mean, like, it's interesting. It's interesting that you use the word, um, like, I know it's interesting that you're using the word staging, right, Valentina? Because, like, I feel like there shouldn't be any situation by which we feel like we're staging life for each other so much as we're helping to cultivate, right, the life that we're hoping to create for one another. You know? Agreed. Yeah, absolutely. And Professor, thank you for sharing the live. Can we choose our gifts? I mean, I think that I mean, like, here's the thing about it, right? Um, we arrive with gifts, but we can cultivate things, right? We can bring things out in ourselves, right? It's a lot of that conversation of nature versus nurture. The warrior keeps faith and knows themselves. And that's really hard. Absolutely. And Ruck, thank you for the follow. Thank you as well, Nina, for receiving these messages. I like that. Best is blessed. I think it's important to help others as long as they have good intentions. And that's the hard part, right? Like, it would be nice to be in a world where everyone's intentions were pure, but we have to be conscientious of like those who have, and I want to point out, conscientious of those who have not recovered from the trauma that they've experienced, so they project that trauma on others around them, right? A Libra moon, how are you feeling right now in this energy, Chevy? Oh, thank you, Avatar. I do my best. Yeah, absolutely. Just reading over. You're so welcome, Ruck. And just bear with me a moment. You're so welcome, Nina. Absolutely. Hi there, Lorna. How are you doing today? And Jenna, thank you for the follow. Um, not personally, but I will say, so yay at YC. I can't, like, not saying anything medically, but the thing is, when we have a lot of planets in Aries, it can make things very dry. So make sure that you're hydrating, like extra hydration right now will be helpful. Absolutely. All right, we're going to get started on personal readings. If you would like to get on the list right now, it's an absolutely lovely time to get on the list. The list is nice and short right now. You will be the fourth person read for. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Excellent. The first person that we're also at 44.9K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen and we'll get to 50K in no time. How are you doing today, Anisha? I was very happy. Oh, thank you so much for being here and receiving these messages. I appreciate it. Excellent. All right. And just bear with me. I just need to pull up. So just a reminder, for those who are joining us. So one of the things that we effectively do is we identify here, one of the things that we are working through right now particularly is if you have information that you feel is relevant for the purposes of our read, if you have a dream that you would like interpreted, or if you have a past life that you would like more information on, you can include it in the notes when you send the donation. You can also post it in our subscriber-only Disco channel in the appropriate channels. And in the meantime, so I have a reading that we're going to be coming through on now that I just need a moment to be able to read over what was sent. Also, just a reminder, we're trying to effectively increase, we're trying to ideally increase our numbers over on the place where we keep the photos so that I can offer memberships similar to how I do. How are you doing today, Ava? Similar to how I do over on the place where I keep the videos and on the clock app. So if you join me, if you take a moment today to give me a follow over on the place where we keep the photos and just comment the word followed, I will also be giving you a personal affirmation from a guide for the advanced soul. And if you're already following me there, if you can share the live there with 3 individuals and then comment shared, I will also give you that affirmation. Thank you guys so much for your help in that way. You can absolutely get on the list from the 22nd, Yaz. Good to see you today. Let me just mark you off. 22nd. I got you. Thank you for remembering the date. Okay. And if anybody else, hold on a moment. If anybody else wants to get on the list right now, you will be the 5th person read for. Excellent. And thank you, Miss Lulu, for the follow and for those gifts. Excellent. Okay, so while I read over this, I'm going to give you guys something to discuss. So some tea, some chat tea while I read over this. Well, describe the last time you experienced a miracle in your life. Mm-hmm. Okay. Are you comfortable? Is this inside tea or outside tea? How comfortable are you with sharing some of this? Oh, Ryan. Oh, how are you doing? I'm sending you so much support right now, dear. You doing okay? Okay, outside, thank you. Guys, make sure to give Ryan some support right now. Thank you for letting us know so that we can support you. That's not easy. Excellent, okay. Thank you, guys. All right. Okay, so I'm going to read a bit that I'm going to read about. So what we're effectively reading for right now is a circumstance or situation by which an individual experienced a deep amount of trauma from an individual. So I'm going to read over what was sent. I told you before that I used to walk through my former room and somehow sense them beforehand, even when they were just driving past on the street, which we described as a profound moment of precognition. And the way we were able to identify that was the fact that you were able to identify the fact that you knew they were there, and then you had the confirmation in seeing them. You said I was somehow driving through my hometown. I live near the sea, and there was a sunset. And somehow when I looked into it, I felt this deep pain and thought about the situation. the song, the first cut is the deepest, played in exactly that moment, and I cried. And I know this sounds corny, but it happened. What exactly about this situation hurt me so deeply? I only know the feeling, but sometimes I can't describe what it actually is. I mean, I don't feel it regularly, but when it comes, it's such an intense feeling. I didn't know this person at all, and I've had relationships and heartbreak before, but nothing has ever moved and hurt me this deeply. Could you maybe take a look into this, perhaps from a spiritual perspective, and also tell me what my angels would say about it? Thank you for that beautiful question. 4 cards, please. Thank you. And one more. So it's interesting that you articulated that this was something that you hadn't, like the angelic, this is an angelic reading. And the reason that this is an angelic reading is that, and we often talk about this, often when I'm reading for angelic energy, they would prefer not to interfere. They really would, right? But the modality by which they feel like they have to intervene is often the space by which we're experiencing something that should not be happening, right? And the space by which we often recognize that is when another person has, when we've experienced harm in the face of another person that is strayed off of their energetic divine path, which is the modality by which another person is doing something specifically for the purposes of serving their own their own best interest, right? The modality by which another person is harming another without any consideration or care in terms of how that might impact them. And I keep on getting that the reason, right? I feel like the reason that you felt that emotion in that moment, you felt that emotion at that moment as you were looking at the ocean and you saw a sunset, is because your angelic was pointing out to you that that was the end of your energetic innocence. And the innocence I see that ended that day had to do not with the experience by which you experienced something, but in the modality by which you recognized that another person was not holding your manifestation goal in the same way, right? Because what I basically see that was occurring in that moment, right? This is the observation of what you potentially anticipated, right? The space by which you were experiencing something that you were under the impression was the start of a beautiful relationship. But the modality by which, and this is what it's important about it, the space by which another person didn't give you any clarity on what occurred, basically left you feeling energetically abandoned in relationality, to not being able to articulate to you, right, the space by which they pretended that it never energetically happened, right? And so what we effectively see that's happening here is the innocence that you felt like you lost in that moment was basically the space by which you didn't see this as someone that was trying to manifest something with you, but rather someone that almost interfered in your own ability to manifest that into your own experience, because the space by which you had to struggle in understanding why they would do that, specifically because they literally, I keep on getting, they took years, right? It took them years, like almost a decade, to finally give you the clarity of what they were experiencing and feeling at that moment, right? This is why it energetically hurts, because I see, and this is the thing that's really important about it, if they had just given you the clarity after the fact, I keep on saying, it would have saved you a lot of pain and tears in the space by which you effectively thought that there was something that you did wrong, instead of recognizing that they came towards you wrongly. So we see that for a lot of that energy, right, this modality by which you articulated, right, the modality by which you navigated the space by which you were looking at, right, and I want to point this out, like you looking at the sea at the moment that you were thinking about that and seeing an energetic sunset. I feel like there was there was an angelic presence. There was an angelic presence of poetry around you in that moment, because it was helping you to understand that it was a cut, right? Because instead of, it wasn't the space, right? The space by which it hurt. And I want us to describe this, the difference between it being an energetic dream, right? The modality by which another articulated to you what their energetic intention was, or the modality by which they themselves effectively identified and recognized, right? The energetic impact, right? And here's the worst part about it. I see somebody who had every intention of trying to continue something with you in secret, right? I see a situation by which another person would have had every intention of trying to keep a relationship with you, so long as you were able to keep it under wraps. But this is why I basically see an angelic that articulates upon you speaking towards it, right? You having that moment of being emotional was the almost like, I almost see the fact that it was angelically guided, because it was I feel like it was I feel like it's the angelic presence around you that says that the emotions were protecting you, specifically because, right, they articulated to another person that that is not something that they could energetically expect from you, right? And I wouldn't be surprised, right? I wouldn't be surprised if you were upset at yourself in some way. Like, and I like to point this out, like I keep on hearing the angelic go, no cool energy. No cool energy, right? It's a very warm angelic that I see here. And that's why they were showing you the sunset, right? Because they're showing you that that emotion, right? Like somebody saying like, oh, you're not being cool enough, was actually a blessing, because it's a modality of saying no cool energy, because I keep on getting energy that tries to traumatize us, right? Tries to articulate and say, you're not being very cool right now. You're not being very cool with your emotions, right? But we're not supposed, I feel like the angelic saying, we're not supposed to be cool with our emotions. Our emotions effectively protect us in the modality by which someone says, be cool, and we say, I'm not cool, because it's the observation of being able to articulate that it's not the direction that we energetically aspired or expected it to go, right? So I think it's interesting, because it's interesting, funny. It's funny because I just keep on hearing your angelic saying no cool energy. Like, no cool energy. I just keep on hearing no cool energy. And the reason I keep on hearing them say no cool energy is because, and that's why they were showing you a sunset, right? Cool energy wanted to extinguish your light, right? That's why you saw the water and the sunset, because the angelic was saying, do you see how the cool energy was trying to extinguish your light by saying, if you just get over those feelings, if you just get over those pesky feelings, we can keep doing this. And it's the space by which they were trying to show you the no cut, the first cut is the deepest, because you basically saw the energy that said, right, As long as you disassociate from your emotions, we can effectively keep going in this direction. But you realized, right? I don't know if you realized it at the time, but you potentially realize it now through the work that we're doing, that you see the shape. Do you see all the cold energy around that person? Do you see how cold everyone is that's in proximity to that person? That is the energy that basically I told you, right? The space by which that energy effectively moves into the space that everyone around them is cool and nobody cares about them. Because they stopped caring long ago. They had to get rid of their emotions to be in proximity to them. And now they live an experience where everybody around them doesn't care for them, but they effectively work to stay in proximity to them. Bottom of the deck on this reading. I'm going to keep on saying this. When I keep on identifying the situation as a miserable experience, I'm not saying that qualitatively. I'm not saying that qualitatively. I'm saying that the modality by which another person basically built a life around themselves where they expected everyone else. They thought that they were holding a secret that nobody else knew. And meanwhile, everyone around them was choking on that secret. And the modality by which the energy stopped feeling in order to swallow the secret is why this person is effectively trapped in their experience. And I keep on seeing the modality by which the angelic was showing you that moment. The reason you felt emotional is you understand, right? You understand the proportionality by which half of it is the fact that they're hurting everyone. But there's nobody that they've hurt more than themselves in the ability of being able to craft a reality like that, right? That is the energetic prison that they've created around themselves. And so the reason I see that you had a lot of that emotionality is because, right, you are seeing, like the guides were showing you, the sadness in what it would effectively take to be able to keep them in your life, which is basically the space by which they said, as long as you're able to drown your light, then you can stay near them. Healthy relationship, no cool energy. Right? No cool energy. That's why I keep on hearing the guide go, no cool energy. No cool energy. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. You will be the third person read for. It's 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are. Oh, crazy. Hold on a minute. Okay, hold on. Who's that? Yeah. Okay. I've just got to check on this guide. Okay. Yeah, it's interesting. You've had a guide conversion. There was a guide conversion between who's your guide now versus who was your guide then, because I keep on seeing the space by which that angelic was trying to help you. I wouldn't be surprised if there were a lot of emotions that were coming up. I have to investigate the guide more because I have to do a little bit of understanding in terms of where they are. But hold on a minute. Let me just write it down. Mm-hmm. That works. Mm-hmm. Yeah. One sec. Oh, this one's already taken. Well, I'm sorry. I'm trying to get you a book. Please hold. Yep. Mm-hmm. So that makes sense. Mhm. Yep. Okay, thank you. All right. Excellent. Sorry, I just had to write that down for you. Yeah, and actually, I feel like there was, I feel like that there was, I feel like actually that moment when I'm seeing there was, that was the moment that there was a guide conversion occurring, is what I'm identifying, because it was them effectively, I feel like it was them showing you why they had to make you emotional at that time and what they were working to preserve within you, is what I keep on seeing, which was why you were feeling the emotionalities that were coming forth, because I keep on seeing they were showing you what it looked like to them that required them to take a drastic measure, was what I was getting coming through on. Yeah. Mm-hmm. All right, just reading over the comments that came through as I was reading. Yeah, cards so accurate. Did you saw those cards, right, Stella? Hold on a minute, just reading over the comments. This was, oh, it was last year. Oh my gosh. Okay. Oh, okay. I was like, oh, I missed. So here's the thing, Ryan. I forgot. I forgot I asked that, and I thought you were just saying. I was like, oh no. I'm glad it was last year and not now. Okay, I'm very happy to hear that. Oh me. The goldfish in here. Yep. I know the feeling, a relief, a bit scary for sure. Thank you guys for supporting each other. I did work it out, and that felt like a divine timing. No, I understand. So Ryan was responding to me saying the last time there was a miracle, but it wasn't exactly clear in the comments. So you still have support in where you are in your journey right now. I hope it was the best vacation ever. Puts things in perspective. 'Twas. Y'all are so sweet. Cards are accurate. Yeah, the cut. That's kind of how I see miracles. Not ideal, but still. But I need to point this out too, right? Because I feel like often, and I like to point this out, like sometimes with the angelic energy, we get really hard on ourselves, and then we're like, oh, like that was a blessing. You know what I mean? Like it can be like that. Yeah. How you doing today, Bridget? And thank you for those heart knees. Thank you for sharing the live, Miss Lulu. Yep. Emotions protect us. Not, here's the thing about it, right? And here's the thing, Batty. It's the emotions. Sometimes, I know this is going to sound a little bit odd, but sometimes there are certain angelics that touch us and they can bring emotions out in us. Like sometimes, like I feel like that is the modality by which we go, I don't know what came over me. Like an angelic, I've read for people be like, angelic's like, angelic's like, hey, hi. Like that's often what I read for. When somebody's like, I don't know what came over me in that moment, the angelic's like, I do. No cruel energy. Yeah, and it's not all our emotions, but sometimes there's like, sometimes when I'm reading for someone, there'll be an angelic will be like that was me. Like, that was me. Yeah, in all honesty, I don't know. I didn't know how to answer the question about miracles because I witness them often. That is beautiful, miss. But that's incredible. Right? What an incredible gift that is. Absolutely. It stumped me in an odd way. And Dual M. These are donation-based readings. We do a free reading each day if we have time permitting. So if you'd like to have a reading, you just need to send the donation. It's 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more for non-subscribers. You're so welcome, Stella. Mm-hmm. Hi, and good to thank you for sharing the live, Nicole. Yeah, I've seen it. Like, how many? How do I pick? Yeah, I suppose the most beautiful was when I saw my grandmother. Oh my gosh, Miss Go Beyond, surrounded by loved ones. That's absolutely beautiful that you got to see that. Sending you so much support on that journey. Absolutely. All right, let's continue right now. All right, the next person on the list right now is Ava. Ava, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And if anybody else would like to get on the list for today, you will be the fourth person read for. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Oh, a grandmother. Oh, oh my goodness. What a long life. That's incredible. Wow. It's on the disco. Thank you for letting me know, Ava. All right, and we're going to continue right now. One moment. Boom, boom, boom. Give me a sec. One sec. Let me pull it up. And just a reminder to those joining us, if you have information that you feel is relevant for the purposes of our read, if you've got a dream that you would like interpreted, or if you've got a past life that you would like more information on, you can include that information in the notes when you send the donation. You can also post it in our subscriber-only disco channel in the appropriate channels. Okay. I just need a moment. Where are we? Got it. Mm. Yeah. I got you, dear. All right. And this is, we're basically, so just, this is inside tea, but we're taking it's an Akashic read to work through, some energetic frustrations based upon life path experiences. And before we continue right now, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide card here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the hair energy. We'll do that again after the next reading. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Got it.
Oh, really? Okay, fine. Hold on. Yeah, I got it. So many cards. Yep. Mm-hmm. Um, the thing about it, and I need to describe, um, and I need you to understand, and I know that I have to bring up the past life because it's important to get into. You've overcome a hurdle in this life that you were within the entirety of the past life. I know it doesn't feel like it. I know it doesn't feel like it. And the reason I keep on seeing that here has to do with, and I want to describe, like, I see a situation by which you've often had those experiences by which everybody else, right? Everybody else seems to be vibing. And I see you, like I see you off to the side, right? In your own vibe, right? It's a high vibrational problem, right? And the hard part about it is often when one is in that space, right? Like, and I feel like this is what I finally see that you're getting to, right? The difference between another person saying, oh, you just need to lower your vibration, right? Like, oh, we just need to settle your energy down, right? Like the energy going, we just need to settle your energy down because, the energy doesn't fit in with the energy around it. Often energy like this, it's okay to have some feelings. It's okay to have a lot of feelings coming up because it's the modality by which it's like you have every right to have feelings. If there was a situation by which if your vibe, here's the thing about it, if your vibe wasn't hurting anyone in the space by which you were vibing in it, then it's not something that needs to be fixed. It's something that another person didn't want to deal with. I want to stress that. Okay? Like if your vibe is such a way that it was not hurting anyone, right? Then it's the observation that there was nothing wrong with your vibe in terms of it being fixed, but recognizing that you had to go through a lot of energy, like working through a lot of stuff with energy that just didn't want to deal, right? That didn't want to deal with the fact that you were on a different vibration. And there's a lot of feelings that often come up when I read for someone like this, because it's often the space by which you're constantly being told, right? You're the why are you why aren't you vibing, right? And being like, I see you being like, why do I have to vibe? Like I see you being like, why do I have to vibe? Right? And I feel like it's a space by which it's like, were you not vibing or is something happening that was not captivating your interest? And this is the part about it. I feel like there's a lot of energy
that you're healing from, right? The difference between learning and desiring a captive audience is what I keep on hearing. The difference between actually learning and aspiring for a captive audience is the modality by which, right, when another person isn't interested, you don't articulate the fact that the problem is because one isn't a captive audience, right? So I feel like that's what I keep on seeing here. Like I see you're actually very good at doing things when they capture, when you feel inclined to do so, right? I see you do not have racing thoughts so long as there's something that captivates your own interest. But the modality by which another person gets upset because they're not getting your attention, right? Right? The space by which another person gets perturbed because they are not able to grasp your attention, and then try to articulate the fact that you, right, have an attention problem because they're not interesting. Is what I keep on hearing. Right? It's like they're not putting, it's like the pieces are there. They're going like this. They're like, they're too focused on something. They're too focused on something else, right? And nothing I do will get them to pay attention. And I literally see your guides being like, look, they're so close. They're so close to putting it together, right? Just a little bit of effort, just a little bit of, you're almost there. Come on, buddy, you can do it. And they go, clearly the problem's them. And then the guides go, oh, like the guys go, ugh, because it's like the space by which that's an ego problem, right? That's an ego problem by which another person goes, we have to fix this because there's something wrong with them because they're not looking at me. Like, they're not looking at me. You're allowed to have feelings about that if that's what happened to you, right? You're allowed to have feelings if you are the victim of someone being upset that they didn't have a captive audience, right? You're allowed to have feelings about it because it's messed up, right? And the way that we effectively take energetic accountability for that is the modality of changing or shifting the conversation, which the way you can usually tell is being like, the way that that's usually resolved and being like, what would interest you? What are you interested in? What are you doing right now, right? The modality of effectively being in a pursuit-based landscape would have been better attenuated to you. And what is a pursuit-based landscape? A pursuit-based landscape is the ability of allowing someone to choose what interests them and then being able to pursue their interests. So I keep on seeing that the reason that you got, like the guides are effectively articulating to me, the reason you've got a lot of feelings coming up is that you are the type of person who would do better in pursuit-based interests, which is the ability to take an idea and be able to run with it. But pursuit-based minds get damaged. They get irrevocably damaged in spaces that require captive audiences because it's a modality by which one feels like one's mind's broken, not because it doesn't work well, because you're just simply not interested. Like you can't make a mind have interest on something that another person is like, you know what I mean? And this is what's the problem I see that was happening, right? Like I literally see a situation where your guides say somebody was very boring, right? Somebody was ultimately very boring, right? And they weren't able to, and the fact that you weren't fighting your boring, like fighting their boring to pay attention to them, was the space by which another person said, we have to do something because this person, I can't capture their attention properly. Rather than recognizing that there's something that they could have been doing differently that would have made you feel more compelled to energetically listen to them. So I feel like, again, you're healing from trauma directed upon, like healing from some kind of, I keep on getting some ego-based landscape of education or something in relationality to that made you feel energetically distorted simply because what they weren't effectively trying to get you to do was captivating you. So I feel like, and I want you to understand this, nothing is energetically lost to you, right? And the reason I'm stressing this is because I just keep on seeing. I keep on seeing that I want you to remember, and this is why I know I'm bringing up the past life again. Your past life struggled the whole time, feeling like there was something wrong with them. Your past life went through an experience, and I keep on hearing it was only around the end that they finally realized and said, maybe there's nothing wrong with me. Maybe what's wrong has to do with what's effectively occurring around me. And I feel like the gift about this is I keep on seeing you have already excelled past your past life in relationality to coming to that understanding. And so I think that one of the things I'm seeing in relationality to a lot of this work is allowing it to build your own energetic resolve in terms of what you will do differently, right? I actually see the space by which I feel like you're very inclined to education, especially, I keep on hearing, especially if education hurt you, then you're very well inclined to education because you know what not to do, right? That would be able to allow you the space of doing something differently, right? That's healing the Chiron wound, which is the modality by which you move into something so that nobody ever has to experience it again. Bottom of the deck on the reading. Yeah, Ace of Cups, right? There can be a lot of, like, I need to point out, right, often energy, like often the healing we experience can be articulated in the emotional damage when we realize that there's nothing energetically wrong with us, is what I keep on seeing. So it's okay for you to have strong feelings related to that, if that's something that you're going through, right? If the modality by which you're working through a situation by which another person perpetually articulated how wrong you are, and the space by which you recognize that in the right environment there's nothing wrong with you, you're allowed to have a lot of feelings about that, right? That is literally trauma that you're learning to let go of. And so I keep on hearing that, right? That's the breakthrough point. That's the point by which everything is different because, right, you're able to identify that you're working upon, right? You're working upon a past that you're building into healing through the observation of what you can do differently. So hold yourself gently as you do that work. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. You will be the fourth person read for. It's 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a few minutes to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Oh, thank you for the compliment, Nicole. And Snow, thank you for the follow. Hi there, Avatar. I got you on the list, Crystal. I'll read the list I have right now is we've got Avatar, Yaz, and Crystal. So if anybody else wants to get on the list right now, you will be the 4th person read for. Thank you. I like the Mo place. I haven't heard that one before. Nice. This resonates for me. Thank you as well for receiving this message, Lexi. Sending you so much support on that journey, Ava. I know it's not easy. I feel like it'd be good for you to write down how you're feeling. Right? Better out than in, you know? You didn't have to put the full name. We just went through this. I thought you would do the whole Mo thing. Guys, don't put the name of where you sent the donation. Always just put the letter or like the Mo place. It's fine. Thank you, though. All right, we're going to continue right now. The apps hate the apps hate hearing about the other apps. They don't like it. They're very jealous. The apps are very jealous. All right, we're going to continue right now. Mel, I got you, dear. Absolutely. Yep, I've got you on the list. And if anybody else wants to get on the list right now, I've got 4 spots available before the list will be closed. 4 spots available before the list will be closed. Okay, So, and just a reminder to anyone joining us across the other apps, we do hear highest priority messages from spirit, life path, mediumship, dream interpretation, angelic guidance, animal spirit guide readings, pet readings, akashic, mind, body, spirit, and love. If you've got information that you feel is relevant for the purposes of our read, you can include it in the notes. When you send the donation, you can also post it in our subscriber-only Disco channel in the appropriate channels. And we're trying to, if you are joining us over on the place where we keep the videos, you can have the same rate for a reading if you are a paid member as you would a subscriber. And I'm trying to be able to allow for memberships over on the place where we keep the photos. So in order to do that, I would encourage you to make sure if you have a moment to stop over to the place where we keep the photos and go ahead and give me a follow there. And if you comment followed in the comments, I will read you an affirmation from a guide for the advanced soul. And if you are interested in, if you are also interested in, if you're already following me there and would like to also have an affirmation, just share the live with 3 individuals and comment shared, and I'll be happy to read you an affirmation as well. Renee, thank you for the follow. And Go, thank you for the follow as well. Excellent. And Aura. I know I keep on forgetting to add Aura. How you doing today, Bridget? Good to see you. All right, let's continue right now. The next person we are reading for today is Avatar. Avatar, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you would like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. Angelic guidance around the journey. Okay. So I need to pause this right now. I cannot do a medical reading. So in relationality to that, I'm afraid I can't take that reading. However, if you would like an energetic read on like where you are energetically, I'm happy to do an energetic read. Just let me know. Okay, perfect. Excellent. All right, and excellent, thank you. And before we continue right now, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide card here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the eagle. Thank you for participating. We'll do that again after the next reading. All right. And I'm going to pin up Avatar here. Guys, make sure to give Avatar some love. Hold on a minute. No, we're not. Hold on. We're doing whatever works. Yeah. Let me just repin. There we go. Perfect. Okay, great. And guys, we are going to be gifting a reading when we get to 50K likes over on the place where on the clock app. So make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. Can I please get... Can I get four cards, please, for Avatar? And one more. So I feel like there's something that's coming through right now, um, that's talking specifically in relationality to an environment, you know? And there's something important that I'm seeing in terms of understanding that, like, I feel like the message is coming through is understanding, um, like the word supportive environment, like just feel like they're resonating around something. And specifically in the modality by which I see that there's a supportive environment is helping one understand the difference between needing something to deal with something versus being in an environment that supports your betterment is what I keep on getting. And so I feel like the space by which I see you, like I feel like it's interesting because I feel like I see you like having changed an environment that's requiring you to have to readdress everything that you needed in one that wasn't supportive for you, right? And so I feel like there's something about that because I keep on hearing like this is the sound of the training wheels coming off. But I want to point out like the space by which we take training wheels off, and I like to point this out, you don't take training wheels off without support, right? You cannot, right? I want to describe this. Like if you've ever had to learn how to like ride a, like if you've ever had to learn, I'm just seeing like if you've ever had to learn how to ride a bike, right? And you have to ride a bike without the training wheels, then the way you often notice it is like there's usually someone behind you that has to run, right? And the way I keep on getting that is because the momentum, right? I keep on getting like the momentum that it takes, right? The momentum that it takes to find, right? The momentum that it takes to be able to effectively like find the amount of speed. Here's the funny thing about it. It's not that you don't have that speed. It's that you need to know that you're safe to find it. You know what I mean? It's not the fact that you don't have that speed. It's the modality of knowing that it's safe to find it that often allows us the ability to discover it, is what I keep on seeing. And I think it's interesting because I almost feel like a situation by which you tried to do something alone and that was a very bad idea. Is what I keep on I'm being shown some kind of situation by which you tried to do something alone. Nope. I've got a guy that was like, nope. Like that was a lesson, is what I keep on seeing. Woo! That's what I feel like. I like one of the guides around you because one of the guides around you is very like they're very contrite and they're very funny. They're just like, nope, that didn't work. It's like but you had to try, right? Because you would rather. I keep on hearing like you would rather. Like you would rather, like the things that you would rather do than ask for help is what I keep on hearing. Some energy, man. Some energy would rather pull out their eye teeth than ask for help, man. Some energy would rather like do anything. They will do anything than have to ask anybody for a little energetic support. And then you finally ask someone support you, and somebody goes, "You did what? You tried to do what by yourself? You did it like what?" Like you see the energy going, "You did what? You're still here?" Like I see somebody like, "You do your thing. What did you do?" Like I literally see you having to explain to somebody, right? Like I literally see you like having to explain to someone like the lengths that you went through to do something on your own. And I feel like you have to understand like, and you have to understand this. You got to start being able to communicate more. It's okay. You have to understand. It's okay. Like, and I point this out. Energy that could never be a burden on anybody if they tried, like energy that could not be a burden if they tried, is always terrified about the fact that they're being a burden. It's like the energy that could not be, like the energy that could not be a burden if they tried, is always the energy that is absolutely abhorrent, like terrified to be a burden. And so I want you to recognize that. And I feel like one of your guides is asking you to write that down, is what I see. Like you have to write it down in big red ink, right? You got to say it. Like, I feel like you have to say it to yourself every day. You could not be a burden if you tried, is what I keep on. You don't have it in you. You don't, you just have to accept it. You know, I'm going to hold your hand. I'm going to hold your hand when I say this, okay? You, even if you wanted to, I don't think you'd be good at it. You know, like, like you're not the burdening type. You know, you're not the burdening type. And anyone that made you feel like you were a burden, they were the burden. You realize that, right? Anyone that made you feel like they were a burden was asking you to carry them. I know that's hard. I know that's hard. Anyone that was making you feel like you were a burden, they were asking you to carry them. And I feel like that's where a lot of this is coming from, right? Because I see that I feel like I see you loving yourself in a way that you've never loved yourself before. And that's why I just keep on hearing, like I just keep on hearing a guide that's imploring you to get that burden nonsense out. I like, you got to get that burden nonsense out of you. I know it's good, right? It's a real banger. You know, I know it's a banger. You know, you're a burden. It's a real banger, is what I keep on hearing, right? But it's not true. I don't know why I keep on hearing. I don't know why there's some kind of connection to drums here, but I keep on getting. It's got a beat, but that's because somebody was trying to beat you with it. You know. And I feel like the space by which, like I keep on saying, like what you experienced before isn't going to be the same. And I feel like in a way that's why you need more support, because I feel like there's a lot of healing that I see that you're doing right now in terms of how another person was trying to make you feel versus what they were trying to make you tolerate. Bottom of the deck on this reading. Yeah, especially with this 10 of Pentacles, I just keep on hearing the same thing, right? It's the same message, right? It's not, it's interesting. It's interesting how the energy trying to carry you was articulating that you weren't carrying them right. It's interesting. Right? Some people would call it audacity. Some people would call it audacity. You're getting there, but it's going to take some time. Give yourself the time you need on it, right? Because I feel like, and I think that this is the most important thing. You recognize the first feeling you're going to feel is a lot of anger that's coming up. So I want you to make sure that you're not, like I keep on hearing, you don't need to bear down on that anger. You just need to find a place by which it feels that you can channel it in a way that doesn't feel like you're hurting yourself in the process of experiencing it. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Avatar. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common. And I feel like there's a guide that's getting in connection with you again. Like, oh gosh, you can finally hear me. Like I can hear them going like, oh gosh, you can finally hear me. If this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It's 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings. And you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Also, friends, we are at 48K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen and we'll get to 50K in no time. Yeah, that's how it happened. Thank you for confirming. Hold on, just reading over. Yeah, I keep on forgetting to say aura. I will, Bridget. Absolutely. How you doing today, Blue? Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Hold on. Yeah, that's how it happened. Thank you for sharing the live, Chris, and thank you, Daniel, for the roses. You lost your toenail. Oh, there we go. Yeah, okay, thank you. I lost my toenail the first time I took my That's what I mean, like, so that's what they're like, that's what I keep on getting, right? Which is saying, like, it's interesting. That's why they were bringing forth that imagery, right? Which is like some things you need help with, and it's okay to ask for help. Is what I keep on getting. I feel they feel for you, right? It's nice to hear. Hi there, Ari. Yeah, speed is something that needs a safe space. Exactly. I stayed somewhere too long. But here's here's the thing about it. You stayed as long as you could. And I feel like that shows the shape of your heart. You know what? Not a minute less, not a minute more, is what I keep on getting. And Derek, thank you for the follow. I know it was heavy. I know. And I need to point out, if you know it was one you never wanted to make, you know it was the right choice. I have no idea what you're asking me, Wolf. What are you talking about? I need you to clarify. Yeah, I'm aware of that anger. You're so welcome. But this is what I mean. You don't need to repress it. You just need to articulate when you're feeling it. Thank you as well, Healing, for receiving these messages. The list is open, Catnip. 1 minute. And thank you for the roses, Miss Lou. Yep, absolutely. You're so welcome. Thank you for also receiving this message, Healing. Bjorn, thank you for the follow. Label, thank you for the follow. How you doing today, Catnip? Creative, the list is open if you'd like to get on it. I've got 4 spots available. Excellent. I was told, ooh, I like that area. I was told at work that I need to ask for support, not isolate. It's hard, right? That's good feedback. Yep. And thank you for sharing the live, Healing. All right, let's continue right now. The next person on the list for today is Yaz. Yaz, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And if anybody else wants to get on the list right now, you will be the 1, 2, 3, 4th person read for. And we're also at 49.2K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective, so make sure you're tapping that screen, and we will get to 50K in no time. And Elise, thank you for getting on the list. We've got 3 more spots available before the list will be closed today. Second call right now for Yaz. Second call right now for Yaz. If Yaz has stepped away, the next person on the list for today. Oh, excellent. Well, you're not yet, Elise. So I'll read the list for those who are waiting. The list I have right now is Yaz, Crystal, Melissa, and Elise. Okay, so you'll be the 1, 2, 3, 4, 4th person read for. Excellent. All right, if Yaz has stepped away, the next person on the list today is Crystal. Crystal, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you would like a general reading. Oh, no, I appreciate that. Thank you for clarifying. If you could let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And while we wait for the question, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide card here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7. It's a good one. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the goose. We'll do it again after the next reading. General. Gotcha, dear. Okay, 1 second, please. I'm going to pin up Crystal here. Guys, make sure to give Crystal some love. Keep on trying, Nicole. All right, what do we got? Highest priority, please. Three cards. What are you worried about? I feel like there's something that you're overstressing here. How do I describe this? You know, I think that there's something important that I'm seeing, specifically and particularly, and I want to kind of explain this. I've got like, I've got this like energy around you. Like I've got this energy around you in relationality to others' expectations. You know what I mean? Like there's like, and I want to describe this. We don't try to force our manifestations on other people, right? And the way you can usually tell when someone is forcing their manifestations upon you, upon the self, is the modality by which, right? And I keep on getting this, the modality by which they express the energetic or their energetic disappointment. And the thing I keep on seeing, and I keep on getting, and we don't have enough words for things. There's two different kinds of disappointment. Okay? And this is the thing about it. When somebody says, when I'm disappointed, I feel like you have to say to them, can you please be specific on what you're disappointed about? Because there's a profound disappointment, and then there's a manifestational disappointment, right? And a profound disappointment is often articulated when we make an energetically selfish choice, right? And the way that we articulate an energetically selfish choice is the modality by which we do something that feels that it doesn't take into consideration the energetic feelings of those around the self, right? And it's not the space by which we navigate or work through the capacity by which we identify and recognize what it is that we ourselves are working through. But the understanding that we're trying to do, and this is often like, I need to point out, sometimes when I see things like this often creates a breaking point in terms of identifying and recognizing what is meant or found in terms of the appreciation that we effectively arrive to as it relates to helping each other through circumstances or situations. And I want to point out that when we're going through experiences like that, we are often able to help each other, specifically in the way that we articulate upon how we are trying to do something together is what I keep on seeing. And I feel like that's really important there, because something that I'm identifying is working through, I keep on hearing it's like working through the capacity of being able to articulate upon someone feeling frustrated in the space by which you're effectively working through something and doing everything that you can, versus the modality by which another person tries to effectively demand too much from us, right? And I feel like there's something about this here that is requiring you to take, it's requiring you to take different approaches to things. And the thing I keep on seeing, and I feel like the most important thing to identify, is having a healthy relationship to one's own sense of boundaries. And the reason I keep on seeing this is because, and I want to just kind of articulate this, when we are working through things, there are things that we can energetically anticipate, right? And when we care about each other, we help each other by giving each other giving each other the understanding of what we can energetically anticipate, right? That effectively allows us, it's like it effectively allows us to be able to do something in a way that we never thought possible, right? But I feel like there's some kind of energy around you. And I want to point this out, right? When someone shows you a tendency of being meager, don't give them more energy, is what I keep on getting. And what I mean by meager is that often when another person, right, like the space by which we pull, like the space by which we build into healthy relationship is all about the healthy give and take, right? It's the space by which we understand what is important in order to do something effectively. But when another person is trying to build into meagerness, then it often is a space by which another person says, I wonder if I can get the same for less, right? The modality by which I keep wondering, the modality by which they start to pull away, or the modality by which we notice, right? The space by which they start giving something less and less attention. And I just keep on hearing the same message, which says healthy relationships don't become meager the further you go. They grow more, right? They expand. It's the space by which when we head into a relationship, there's more there, not less. And I think that that's really important, because often when you're dealing with someone that is working through a meager relationship dynamic, you'll say to them, like, what's happened? And someone will be like, nothing. I don't know what you're talking about. And being like, no, something's changed. And they'll be like, no, it's not. And being like, well, yeah, it is, right? You don't seem as energetically present. You don't seem as energetically invested. And so recognizing and identifying those experiences by which another person, I keep on getting, it's the space by which we articulate to each other upon what it is that we're feeling and need that allows us to be able to get our needs met. So make sure that you're not engaging in relationships that require you to have to put on your detective hat, right? Make sure that you're not getting to that space, because I keep on getting, the hard part about it is like when someone's being passive aggressive, it can make you completely like batty, because you'll be like, what's going on? Nothing. And it's like, clearly something is wrong. That's not a mature relationship. A mature relationship is the space by which we effectively articulate it. It's the space by which we express it and the space by which we energetically state it that allows something to be possible. So if you're bringing that into situations, it's not too much for you to expect it in turn. And you can walk away. Like, you can effectively allow for another person being evasive like that to be the point of closure, right? The modality by which, yeah, especially with this Two of Pentacles in its reversal, right? Like the space, like the space by which we effectively, the space by which we effectively, like I keep on hearing, no binocular, like absolutely no binocular energy when it comes to a relationship. So don't let somebody who's being cagey with you then require you to investigate, and then they say that you're being nosy, right? Because that's someone creating a problem where nothing existed. Do you see how passive aggressiveness works? Do you see how another person can get cagey and they refuse to articulate upon what's wrong, and then it requires another person to investigate, and then they say, you know what, the problem I have is that you are pushing too hard, and being like, oh, I see, you're trying to create a problem where a problem doesn't exist. That's literally the sound of someone creating a problem out of thin air. Don't be bothered of it. Don't be bothered by it. Be aware of it, is what I keep on seeing. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings. We did get to 50K, so I will be gifting a reading back to the collective, but I am going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading them. I got it, yep. And thank you, Hi, for the follow. I don't know what you mean by that, Jade. Again, so I need to ask you, Jade, I've got to make sure that you're not posting non sequiturs. So we ask that those that are communicating in the chat communicate fully formed thought forms. So the ability by which another person can understand what you're saying, not just posting non sequiturs. Thank you. Do you have clarity on who the someone is? Close or close friendship? So stop looking to things. I feel like the thing about it is, like, it feels like it's coming through like two different sources around you, you know? And I feel like I often see energy like that when we're healing our connections, because, and I just keep on getting the read on it that says, like, we tell each other what's wrong so we don't have to be in crisis mode all the time in terms of trying to anticipate another's need. So if you're doing that, it's not too much to ask for another person. I also feel like you're healing some kind of trauma from the past where another person may have, like, I see it like, I need to point out, it feels like a bit of an empath problem, because empaths often get themselves in situations like that where they're so good at anticipating each other's needs that when they start to heal, right, and they want others to build clarity, others start feeling the fact like the empath isn't giving them the same time. But I feel like it's you having to recognize and say to another person, right, that you're available so long as another person articulates what their needs are, right? It's not your job, right? It's not your job to have to go put that detective hat on, even if you can, is what I keep on seeing, right? Even if you can intuit, this is why we don't build upon intuition, right? Because another person recognizing what it is they need to be able to articulate it, you know? And I feel like that's what's hard about it, because I see, right? I feel like it's coming specifically in the realm of your relationships. Like, it's okay to do in the way by which it makes you better at what you do, but not in the space. Don't take that work home with you, right? Like, that stays where it's supposed to stay, is what I keep on getting. Thank you for confirming what I was seeing. Yeah, particularly, okay, that makes a lot of sense. Like, that's what I mean in terms of that being one of your gifts, but the gift is not something that should be necessary in order to preserve healthy relationship. That's the type of work that you have to kind of keep in a certain space. Ms. Mel, thank you for the follow. All right, we're going to continue right now. The next person on the list for today, I'm still looking for Yaz. If Yaz isn't here, The next person on the list for today is Melissa. Melissa, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And if anybody else wants to get on the list today, I've got 2 spots available before the list will be closed. Hi there, Mel. All right, we're doing a general. Excellent. And before we continue right now, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the otter. We'll do that again after the next reading. Oh, hi, Siobhan. Good to see you today, dear. I cannot articulate. Oh, cool, Jade. It's okay. No, it's all right. No, don't worry about it. It's fine. It's just making sure that others, just so that others can be able to communicate with us properly. I totally get it. Absolutely. And I'm going to pin you up here. We're doing a general for Melissa. Oh, we have to do 50K. Thank you. Okay, we're going to do the 50K. Thank you for reminding me, Ella. Okay, so before we continue right now with Melissa's reading, the list right now, Julia, we've got 4 people on the list right now. I mean, you'll be the 4th person read for. Excellent. And I'm probably going to put a, like, I might have to put a stop on the list soon. So if you get on the list right now, let me know if you'll be okay being the first person read for if we run out of time today. I'm closing the list. Yeah, the list is closed, but if you want to get on the list for tomorrow, you'll be the first person read for and you'll have priority, which means you'll be read for before we start the daily collective. But before we do anything, we're going to do that 50K giveaway. So I am thinking of a number right now between 1 and 43. First person I see that posts a number will get the reading. First person I see, not the first person that posts it. Sometimes I see things in a different order than you guys post them. Must have picked a good one. Everybody stop. Everybody stop. I think that's it. And of course, 2 people at once. Hold on a minute. I'm just making sure it wasn't pulled before. Yep, Julia, congratulations. You got the 50K. It'll be available for you starting tomorrow. So that's very funny. Oh, I love it. Oh, excellent. Thank you. Congratulations. All right. I know. Absolutely. Let's get to it. All right, we're going to continue right now. We're doing a general right now for Melissa. Melissa, can you just comment? So I know that you're still here. Can I get 4 cards, please? I keep on getting, it's like a message that I feel like is coming through right now that says you're very close to something. I feel like I see you very, very energetically close to some kind of opportunity. And I feel like the message that's coming through is, like, it's interesting because I've got something that feels like any day now. And it feels locational. You know? It feels locational. And I keep on getting, I feel like there's, it's interesting too, because I see somebody talking about you in the space of how approachable you are. It's interesting because it does feel like it's becoming an aura read. It's almost like I feel like I see somebody talking about how energetically approachable you are. But it's not just the fact that I see that you're approachable. Like it's saying to me, like, and I want to describe what I'm just trying to describe what I see here. Because it feels a little bit complicated, but it feels a little bit complicated in the best way possible. Because it almost feels like somebody who wants to talk about working with you in a deeper way, or deepening an energetic relationship. But I almost see somebody in the process that they're building something, is what I keep on seeing, right? Like they're putting something together. And I almost hear somebody saying, like articulating upon the fact that they think that you would be a good energetic fit for something. And I often see this. I often see this in the space by which another person is networking a lot, right? Because and I want to describe, like, often, like, I want to make sure that you're networking a lot right now, because I just keep on seeing that there's something that's, like, it almost feels like something that's coming through for you right now, specifically in terms of someone saying, like, I saw that you did something. I want to see if you would do something. Like, would you be interested in doing that? Like, I keep on hearing somebody go, like, on a bigger scale, is what I keep on hearing. Like, I see almost somebody being like, have you thought about doing something on a deeper scale, or have you thought about bringing a little bit of that energetic depth to something? So I want you to be, I feel like, and it feels a little bit like pet project energy, you know? I just keep on hearing the same message in terms of, like, right, the pet project becomes profession when the right eyes are there to see it, is what I keep on hearing, right? The pet project becomes profession when there's enough eyes there to see it, which is the modality by which somebody says, look what they did. Like, I keep on hearing somebody say, like, look what they did, like, look what they did on their own. Imagine what they would do if they had something in their pocket, is what I keep on hearing, right? So we're going, look what they did on their own. Imagine what they could do with something in their pocket, which is the modality by which, and I often feel like this, when another person is articulating or identifying, like, it's often that this, I often have readings like this when another person is articulating upon the potential of ourselves. So I want you to understand, like, I feel like there's something really important there, because I see a situation by which you feel like there might not be a lot happening, but I actually feel like there's a lot of energy around you right now. And something about that energy that I'm seeing, it almost feels, I almost feel like I see another person. Like, I just keep on hearing, like, I hear your name moving around somewhere, that you would be kind of, I feel like it's like I see your name moving around somewhere, that you would be a little bit energetically surprised to hear it, is what I keep on getting. It's giving me that type of energy, which is somebody, like, again, which means to me, right? It almost means to me like something that you're doing for yourself is being seen in a way that you might not like. It feels like it feels positive, but it also feels, I feel like there's something about that that's almost articulating upon your own ability to energetically personalize something or working through something in a way that you're able to have, I keep on hearing like the space by which you're able to fine tune and perfect it. Bottom of the deck, yeah, like this is like this again with this 10 of Cups energy. You know, and I want to stress this. The 10 of Cups energy, like a lot of this, like basically the conversation that I'm hearing here is somebody saying, like, and I just want to show you, like, I'll show you the cards I'm seeing. Like the space by which another person says, like, this is what this person is doing on their own, right? Like, this is what this person is doing on their own, right? Imagine, like, imagine what they would do, right? Like, imagine what they would do if we gave them something. You're wondering, like, if we gave them something, right? Like the space by which another person says, right? Articulating the investiture upon the way that you yourself are able to energetically perfect upon something. So I keep on seeing whatever this is that you're working on right now, especially I keep on hearing, I keep on hearing, like, put some shine on something, which says like, make sure that you have something at the ready, or make sure that you are effectively, like, make sure that you're effectively working upon refining something, because something I'm seeing is like, I feel like you're in the process of, like, there's some kind of expansion energy around you, and the modality by which we navigate an expansion is often the space by which I keep on seeing, like, it almost feels like somebody wanting to talk to you about deepening a connection, or asking what your availability is for something. So make sure, I would say, like, now would be a really good time to make sure that you're writing out those manifestation goals, or um, having some of those, I keep on hearing, like, having some of those ideas in your pocket is what I keep on getting, which is the modality by which another person, like, sits down with you and says, like, I would like to talk to you more about what you're doing or what your effective plans are. So I keep on hearing, make sure that you've perfected those yourself so that they're at the ready if another person has a conversation with you about them, is what I keep on hearing. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. You will be the third person read for. No, the list is closed today, but if you want to get on the list for tomorrow, not only will you will have priority, which means you'll be read for before we begin the daily collective. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. And Pearl, thank you for sharing the live. Thank you for the follow, Jade. Excellent. Well, you can get on the list for tomorrow for an aura read, Nicole. I'll be happy to do one for you. Hold on a moment. And thank you. Absolutely. Excellent. I know. Absolutely. Excellent. Thank you for sharing the live, Chris. Can we pick from the list that's posted for readings, or is there a certain reading available? You can pick from the list, dear. Or if there's a certain question. The only things I don't read for here are pregnancy, medical, or legal. That's exciting. Can I get on the list? Yeah, well, I'm happy to put you on if you want to get on the list now, Julia, I'm happy to put you on the list for tomorrow. Yeah, so we'll start the list for tomorrow. Hold on a minute. All right, Julia, I've got you on the list for tomorrow. And if anybody else wants to get on the list, you said it was the 50K from the 29th, right? Yeah, it was the 29th, not the 28th. Yes, excellent. And thank you again. I don't think there's anything scary about this. This was feeling like a very positive read, Jade. Yes, I'm ready for that. You're welcome, Julia. Excellent. Yes, aura readings are the same price or the same donation amount. All right, we're going to continue right now. The next person on the list for today is Elise. Elise, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you would like a general reading or if you have a specific question you would like me to answer. And if anybody else would like to get on the list right now, the list is closed, but you'll be the second person read for tomorrow, and you'll also have priority, which means you'll be read for before we start the daily collective. Hi there, dear. Can you, before we continue, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide card here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the B. Thank you for participating. We'll do that again after the next reading. Excellent. And I'm going to pin up catnip here. Looks like we're doing Akashic. 4 cards, please. I feel like there's something I'm seeing. In terms of like, how do I describe this? I feel like there's something really important that's coming through, and the word I keep on getting is and it's a hard word because the word is really triggering, and I feel like the word might be really triggering to you because I feel like the word that's coming through like the word that's coming through is the word spoiled, right? And it's not directed to you, but I keep on hearing spoiled energy will often project the word spoiled on everything, is what I keep on hearing. You know, like spoiled energy will project the word spoiled on everything. And often, and I think it's interesting because I literally see you, like I literally see you doing something extremely, extremely frugally, right? And it's like I feel like it almost feels to me, and I wouldn't be surprised if there isn't something about you having a lot of emotions about something. And I feel like a lot of the emotions that we often build into, and I want to describe this, um, the clarity that we have in recognizing and identifying our energetic positions, right? And I want to describe this because this is the shape by which relationships are permanently damaged, right? The modality by which another person goes through an experience with I keep hearing the false concept of a lack space, right? The modality by which they're perpetually existing and feeling the state by which they feel that they have nothing, and the modality by which another person suddenly recognizes that that wasn't the case. There are separation moments that occur in those experiences, and I keep on seeing they occur for good reason, right? Because it's the modality by which we recognize the energetic offense that's caused to us in the space by which another person kept us in a state of personal distress while they themselves were sitting in sitting in a space of absolute comfortability. And I feel like that's what I feel like a lot of the work I see that you're doing is healing in terms of understanding what an actual lack space is, right? The modality by which we understand and recognize the space by which we effectively, and because I see this, like I see a situation by which you're the type of person, right? The type of person that would effectively, right? The type of person that is always willing to be energetically generous, right? The modality by which I see, like I feel like I see so much kindness and so much empathy within you, right? In the modality by which you articulate to another in terms of giving the gift of full transparency, which is the modality by which you articulate to another, right? Like, this is where we energetically find ourselves. But I feel like there's something about this, and I'm trying to you know, when somebody when somebody sees us struggling, like when someone sees us struggling and they identify the shape and nature by which we want to help, it often helps us to identify and recognize um, who is effectively, like who actually cares about us. And that's the heart, and that's what I mean about that word, like spoil, because, and I want to point this out, and I feel like this is important for you to hold on to in your own life path. The modality by which it is revealed to you that something wasn't clarity, someone doesn't get to say to you that they didn't want to energetically spoil you, because it's the space by which, that's what I mean, like the energy that articulates that they didn't want to spoil is often the modality by which you see somebody trying to articulate what they tried to keep energetically hidden, right? And I keep on seeing a lack of transparency. There's no clarity in terms of not being transparent, by which another person articulates a spoilage issue, because that is literally the sound of someone being, right? That is someone being, right? That is someone being doubly false, right? Because it's the modality by which, right, they don't teach you to navigate the space of understanding the full force of intention upon which you stand. But also, it also creates a space by which it makes you feel like your own life is a farce, right? Because it's the observation of what you effectively thought was occurring at every moment that you realize wasn't necessarily necessary, but that you made the choices, right? You made the choices based upon the false impression of what was energetically occurring that often create a lot of feelings, right? A lot of feelings of anger and frustration in those moments, specifically because, right? Specifically because it's the observation that another person could have released you from that stress at every moment and chose not to. Bottom of the deck on this reading. Yeah, especially with this Knight of Wands energy. You know, especially with this Knight of Wands energy. And that's what I meant, right? That's what I meant about, like, I keep on hearing shady energy always talks about spoilage to hide the fact that they were effectively making selfish choices, is coming through with a lot of that. Shady energy will always try to articulate spoilage to hide the fact that they were making selfish choices. So the modality by which another person tries to articulate that they're not being fully open with you, and then you effectively find out, these are the rifts that effectively, like, identify the end. Like, I keep wondering, the fundamental end of empathy, because it's the modality by which it's the recognition point in terms of the energetic stress or pain that another person could have prevented us from having to feel, but chose, like, that reveals them in the experience by which they watched us move through it and chose not to do anything. So I feel like there's a lot of emotions that I see that I feel like you're going to potentially be working through in this life if you're not already experiencing them. And it's often the modality, right? And this is what I keep on getting. Often energy like that they like to do one of these, right? But their arms shaking as they do it, because it's the energy that goes, I was trying to do it to make you strong, and being like, who was strong in that moment? Strong and desperate are different things. Nobody can be strong in a desperate situation. Desperate creates desperate situations create desperate choices. So that's not the space of energy that tries to get to claim that they were making you strong by making you desperate. It's the energy that effectively you say, that's what you tell yourself so that you can sleep better at night, but it's not true. You're allowed to have that feeling because that's not okay. And I feel like a lot of the guides I see around you articulate that as well. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is closed, but you can get on the list for tomorrow, and you will have an additional card in your reading. I mean, you'll be held first priority, which means you'll be read for before we start the daily collective. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. And Empress, thank you for the follow. I feel like I wouldn't be able to do the work that I do if I was in the space of accidentally connecting to energy. I do a lot of work. I do a lot of mentee work in helping those with who do this work to make sure that doesn't happen. Yeah. Oh, how you doing, Empress? Welcome. Excellent. And thank you for the follow, dear. Hold on a moment, just reading over the comments. And thank you. Can I expand? Hold on. Can you expand on aura reading? So an aura reading is the ability to read into what others around you are saying about you, right? So it's effectively the identification point on like how like what is effectively happening around the self, good and bad. Absolutely. Yep, absolutely, Nicole. Oh, interesting. No, it's not about a lack of mindset. I don't see that you're in the space of lacking mindset. Your speed. Okay, thank you for confirmation. Yeah, that resonates. Thank you as well, Catnip. Yeah, I get it now. Yes. When people do not reciprocate or hold energy, or I feel like the hard part is, I feel like you're healing from some shady energy that doesn't reveal to you. Like there's nothing worse than someone that doesn't reveal to you the full shape and nature of something and then tries to articulate the fact that they were doing it for your benefit. I feel like I see a lot of energy that potentially lost, right? Like they lost the possibility of the most blessed experience that they could have had because, right? Because they were making shady choices, right? The space by which they didn't want to be, the space by which they didn't want to effectively help you see the full expanse because you're so generous that you would have always strove for balance. But the fact that they, like I keep on hearing the fact that you could have been the energetic balance point by which they could have experienced fairness, right? Like it's like a bunch of energy that perpetually denies themselves fairness because they keep on moving towards the selfish choice is what I keep on seeing. Yeah, when you figure it out and they come forward and say, we always knew you could do it. Exactly. Yeah, you saw me walking up a mountain with a pack of boulders and you went ahead and added another boulder. Well said, Julia. Sending you support on that journey. Absolutely. Thank you for also receiving that message, Crystal. Or they give you the bare minimum and say, I helped. Exactly. Yeah, I can see why you would be angry in situations like that. It's an incredibly painful experience because you didn't have to go through it, right? And somebody putting you through something and then trying to say that they were trying to make you stronger, right? Being desperate doesn't make us strong. It just makes us more desperate. Noor, thank you for the follow. You're welcome, dear. I love that one. I don't even see a lot of good things on the other side. Well, Nicole, I want you to just focus on the positive right now, right? It's there, right? Don't make choices based on fear. And thank you, Daria, for the follow. All right, we're going to continue right now. The next person on the list for today is Danae, and the list is closed. So anybody who's waiting for a one-card reading, once we complete this, we'll be moving into the one-card readings for superfans or for those who are paid members over on the place where we keep the videos. And again, if the list is closed, but if you want to get on the list for tomorrow, you will be the second person read for tomorrow. You'll also have priority, which means you'll be read for before we start the daily collective. Oh, sending you so much support on that journey, Nicole. Hi, Danae. How you doing? While we wait for Danae's question, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide card here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the eagle. Thank you. We'll do that again after the next reading. All right. And what do we got here? Okay, thank you for letting me know where the information is. Also, friends, we're at 55K likes. When we get to 100K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 100K in no time. You have nothing to be embarrassed about, first and foremost. You're doing all of the heavy lifting. You know, I want you to identify something that says it's a job within itself. You have to recognize that. If there's a space by which another person can get paid for it, that means it's its own job. I want you to write that down somewhere. If it's a space by which another person could get paid to do it, that means it's literally a second job. And so first of all, you got to stop with being hard on yourself on the fact that you've got two jobs. And I feel like the space by which you identify that is going to help you first and foremost, because it's not the modality by which you can't do it, but the space. I keep on hearing, is it because you don't have the time or you need the rest? And I also get this, like I keep on hearing, restful energy has no right to energetically criticize the quality by which you effectively do something. You've got a lot, I feel like I see you having a lot of trauma around something. And I want to point this out. Like often the way we have trauma on things is the space by which another person forces us to do it. So particularly if there were experiences by which another person energetically denied you things, right? Like the space by which another person energetically denied you things. In the space by which they said, you're not getting that because of this, then I want you to understand it's because it's where a lot of your shadow work lives. You know? Like, are you upset? You can't be mad at yourself. You've got double energy here. Because not only is it a second job, but it's where all your shadow work lives, right? Because every time you have to go through doing it, you get re-traumatized again, right? You're right back in the space by which another person was forcing you to do it. And I feel like the thing about it is, and I think the thing you have to write down on it, because I've got a guide around you. You've got a very specific guide on this that wants to help you, which is saying taking your power back on it, right? And taking your power back on it is the space by which you effectively understand that it doesn't have to be monumental. It just needs to be incremental. You're very good at checklists, right? You're very good at schedules. If something's on a list, I see you just doing it so that you get especially if you enjoy, if you savor marking things off of lists, then you need to start making a checklist. And I keep on seeing the checklist, like the checklist doesn't have to be big. 5 minutes. 5 minutes here, 5 minutes there gets everything done. And I keep on seeing you can have fun with it, right? Like give yourself, I keep wondering a bunch, don't do long bursts. Do small bursts. How much can I get done in the next 5 minutes? Right? Right. Like make it, I keep on hearing like make it a bit of an energetic race. Right? Like I keep wondering, turn on that timer, get the checklist, and then see how much you can do I keep wondering, see how much you can do in a bunch of short windows of time, right? Like, and I keep on hearing like carve out, like put the time on the calendar, and don't let it be more than 5 minutes, right? Because you have to understand, 3 5-minute bursts is 15 minutes, right? Can you do 3 5-minute bursts 3 times a day? Does that sound overwhelming? Because that's going to heal. I see somebody. That's going to heal whatever this trauma that you carry that says you're going to be here all day. I got a lot of energy in front of you that says that's where the trauma is coming from. I see somebody being like, you can't go. I feel like I got to stress, you've got a little bit of Cinderella energy around this, right? Like the space by which another person was trying to prevent you from doing something, where they said, you can once you do this, oh, it's going to take you all day, right? Right? Like I can see, I feel like I see that that's where a lot of that trauma is coming from, because it feels like somebody who often didn't want to say yes to things, but instead of saying no, they would say to you, you can do that after you do this, and then they would give you some kind of gargantuan task that would be virtually impossible to accomplish. So if you're healing from that, there's no space by which you're going to be comfortable putting yourself in that position again. So that's what I keep on hearing. Try 3 5-minute bursts a day and see if that starts to heal it. Bottom of the deck on this reading. Yeah, right? If it feels too big, it's funny, I was going to say, I keep on trying to say if it feels too big, but instead I keep wondering if it feels too brig, right? Right, and brig, right, and the thing about brig is that brig means, right, like brig comes from like thief, right? So the problem is, I almost see the fact that like as soon as you have something overwhelming, your body literally goes into shutdown mode, right? Which is the modality by which I wouldn't be surprised if you start feeling very tired or sick, because that's the modality by which your body is protecting you, right? The modality by which you potentially feel immediately exhausted before you start, because your body recognizes that you carry some kind of trauma there. So you can't, don't give yourself a day. Try the 3 5-minute bursts, which says, again, right, not the space by which you say, I'm going to accomplish all of that, but I'm going to do this, right? I'm going to put a song on. I hear it. So you saying, like, I'm going to put a song on. Find a 5-minute song or something. Be like, I'm going to do this for the duration of this song, right? And then you're going to do it again, right? And so the modality by which what you're basically doing is you're going to start to get, I keep wondering, you're taking your power back on it, which is you want to get to the space by which you say, how can I do this in 5 minutes, and how can I make it really fun? How can I start to look forward to it, right? And so I feel like the ability, I don't know why I keep on hearing there might be some kind of sound element to add to it, particularly in potentially, like I keep on seeing, like putting your favorite song on while you do it, which is the space by which you start to build a better association to how you feel while you're healing it. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is closed today, but you can get on the list for tomorrow and you'll be the second person read for. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. We are going to get started on 1-card readings for subscribers in a moment if you've been waiting for your 1 card. Also, for those who are joining us over on the place where we keep the videos, if you're a paid member, you also have your 1-card reading there as well. I really do. That's true. I react emotionally. I do enjoy a good list. I could do that. How long does it actually take? I do say that. I'm going to be here. You're never going to get it done. You're not going to get anything done if you feel like it's going to take you all day. 5-minute bursts. Side note for anyone, the 10-second, oh, I like that. This helped. I don't know what that is. Post it in the disco. Yeah, I didn't realize my trauma around this. Well, I hope this helps you work to heal it. Excellent. All right, we're going to get started right now. Erica. So Erica, in relationality to that question, we never look to the cards to make decisions for us. But I can give you advice in relationality to, in relationality to something to consider as you take that into consideration. One card for Erica, please. Don't be hasty, is what I keep on seeing. I feel like, I keep on here, yeah, if it's a good idea, the good idea is going to, the good idea is going to hold. I feel like I see you, it says to me, is there more, think about what would be more efficient. Because it does feel like maybe, I don't know why, but I feel like somewhere where you are, there's a high threshold of what is needed in order, I keep on hearing a high threshold in terms of what is needed in order to thrive. So if you're looking for some time back and you're in a place by which there's a high threshold needed in order to just survive, I feel like now would be a really good time to write out the priorities to help you build the plan in terms of where you aspire to be. Thank you. Bridget, one card on this week, please. I feel like there's something really important. I feel like there's something really important this week. In relationality to you helping, I keep on seeing, I don't know why, I feel like I keep on hearing, we help, I keep on hearing, I don't know why I keep on hearing this. We help children stay on task, right? But and I want it, I feel like it's almost like you, I almost feel like I see you having a hard conversation with someone, right? And I keep on hearing, I almost feel like you saying to someone, the sound of another, the sound of another person disappointed is often silent. Yeah, especially with this Queen of Cups in its reversal, I think that there's something, I feel like there's something important there. As it relates to, I keep on hearing, when we care about each other, we don't put each other in desperate situations, is what I keep on hearing. Which is the modality by which we say, if you don't do this, I don't know what I'm going to do. That would be the equivalent of someone putting you in a desperate situation, right? Animal spirit guide, yeah, especially with the adder energy, right? The modality by which we effectively articulate to another, how we can effectively help, is often the ability by which we work towards what is sustainable, specifically because it does not create the space by which, right? When we care about each other, we don't say, if it's not you, it's not anybody. Being that is why you're not safe in a situation, is what I keep on hearing, because that's somebody who's making you overly invested in their energetic experience, which is the space by which, when we care about each other, we create backup plans, right? We have a lot of that work that we attenuate upon. Absolutely. Ella, highest, please. I feel like this is you giving someone a boost of confidence. You know? Particularly in relationality to like Eight of Cups and its upright. The thing about Eight of Cups and its upright is there's something really important that we navigate in terms of I think when we care about each other, we try to articulate upon the fact that we don't want each other to miss out on opportunities, is what I keep on seeing. So I feel like there's something energetically important there about you in some way, shape, or form working fastidiously to help another person, like the space by which you show another person how they're making, I keep wondering how they're making another feel via V, right? I keep on seeing the difference between a selfish choice and a necessary choice is what I keep on getting. Yeah, animal spirit guide with the bee energy, right? Like a selfish choice, like a selfish choice is often articulated, and that's why it's interesting the bee energy came up, right? Because when we care about, like when we care about each other, we try to help each other succeed as much as we are effectively capable. But it doesn't require, like it's not the space by which we say to another, right? In the space by which another person is doing something necessary, we don't articulate that that is selfish, because often I feel like there's like some kind of distortion around you between the difference between someone working selflessly and selfishly, because I keep wondering sometimes selfless energy works really quietly, right? They work really hard under the surface of things. But selfish energy often talks about the fact, you'll always notice selfish energy because they're articulating upon how everyone else is being selfish, right? Like there's the selfish energy. It's the energy that's constantly articulating upon others being selfish that helps you be able to identify the source of the selfishness, is what I keep on seeing. Alexandra, one card on career, please. Ace of Cups in its reversal. So I feel like the Ace of Cups in reversal that I'm seeing here has to do with not making sure that you're doing something in a way that feels energetically sustainable. Yeah, I feel like this is almost you talking. If you're taking on more, you should get more for it, is all I keep on hearing. Animal spirit guide, it's okay to have a conversation with someone. To say like having, like almost you setting up a meeting and saying like, I'd like to talk about the fact how my role is advanced, and or some kind of path in terms of understanding what one can expect going forward, is what I keep on seeing. Minnie, one card on, so in relationality to that connection, I mean, I feel like that, I think that, I like to stray away from saying, are they my divine counterpart? Because you have to understand the work that we do, like the work that we do in building into alignment, is based upon mutual identification of manifestation goal. So the ability by which another person feels confident in terms of what they desire to have with you is usually the best way to be able to identify a divine union, because it's a modality by which it's not the future that's hazy, but the future that you're working to build clarity in terms of what you can energetically expect from one another. Bottom of the deck, I feel like I see something here that feels like, I feel like there's somebody who needs an energetic confidence boost in terms of feeling like this is a lot of that energy here with that Nine of Pentacles of someone who sometimes doubts themselves, or sometimes somebody who holds a lot of emotions in relationality to their own ability to, like, there's a lot of trauma here that I see someone's healing from. An animal spirit guide, especially with the crane energy, you know, I feel like it says to me, like, the ability by which you can help another see how hard they're working towards things and building to help each other along the way is how you can fortify that energetic connection. One moment, please. One card on business success for Chevy, please. I feel like there's something here about you expanding or talking to others about what your plans are. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, don't be tight-lipped. Be generous. Like, put it out there. Like, it's saying a lot of, like, it's not grandiose to talk about a vision, right? When you talk about your vision, you give others the ability to identify how they can help you more towards it. Nicole, one card, highest priority, please. This will be the pass someday, right? Everything you're going through right now, right? I want you to remember, I feel like your higher self is saying this is going to be an unpleasant memory and a beautiful experience. Animal spirit guide, yeah, remember that, right? Don't focus on the moment, though. Focus upon connecting with the higher self, right? Which says don't be reactive, but embody the higher self as you're making choices. Bjorn, thank you for the follow. These are one card readings for super fans if you'd like to become a super fan. Oh, you did. Sending you support on that journey of holding your boundaries. That's wild. Thank you for confirming the reading. I'm sending you so much support on that journey, Bridget. Ivana, one card, please. I feel like I see a guide that's helping you build in more harmony right now. And the thing about it is, like, they see they're finding the source. You've got a guide that's trying to find the source of the disruption in your life. Animal spirit guide. Yeah, this is why they keep on coming to you in terms of the dream space. You know, I feel like I keep on hearing they're isolating the source, which is the understanding of what the energetic problem is. Right? But not in the space, like, I keep wondering, somebody who's trying to create a feeling of energetic foreboding around you. Like, I keep on seeing like that's like the guides are often like that they're kind of giving it back to themselves to a certain extent. You know, like, this is why we don't wish negative on somebody like that, because that's often like our guides hate that. You know. Yeah, they're too embarrassed. Sending you so much support, dear. Yeah, we can absolutely. That's no problem, Yaz. I'll put you on the list for tomorrow, okay? You'll be the second person read for. No problem. You're welcome, Ella. Mira, these are one card readings for super fans. June, Ava, one card on sisterhood. This is you finding that energy. I know you haven't found it before. It's coming towards you. Yeah, sometimes the way we find it is to find out where it's not, right? Animal spirit guide. Yeah, this is I feel like even in the space by which, right, I feel like the reading that we had previously isn't connected to this, because it's you not feeling like you need to belong. It allows you to find the energy that you're longing to connect with, right? You're not trying to change yourself. You're finding the source of belonging. Yes, hold on a minute. And Namadi, thank you for the follow. One card for Yaz. Do they still think about them? Constantly. Constantly. Yeah. I feel like they let themselves down. I think they didn't see something at the moment that it was happening and they can't take it back. They said something. Like sometimes we say things that we can never take back. This is why we're very conscientious about our words. Thank you. Yeah. Julia, one card on current energy. Highest and best. Just let that force of generosity guide you forward, right? You're an energetic gift. An energy that doesn't realize the blessing that you are doesn't have access to it. Yeah, like I know it's hard, but some energy, like there's nothing you can do with ungrateful energy, which is the modality by which the more you give to something, the more that they want, right? The reciprocity space is a space by which another person appreciates everything that you do and isn't demanding on more. These are one card readings for super fans magically if you'd like to get on the list. You're welcome. Sending you support on that journey, Nicole. The personal readings are closed today for, but if you want to get on the list for tomorrow, you'll be the third person read for. You just send the donation via my tree that is linked in my bio. My friends, we've reached the conclusion of our reads today. I want to thank you guys so much for being here and receiving these messages. I will be back on tomorrow at our usual time, 7:15 a.m. PST, 10:15 a.m. Eastern. If you would like to get on the list for tomorrow, you'll be the third person read for. If you became a super fan today, head over to send me a disco gift and I'll send you an invite to our superfan only disco channel. You can introduce yourself to the collective and you'll find there a special coupon code to our next tarot class subscription program. Our next class will be happening on Thursday, April 16th at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. I want to thank you for messages. Huge thank you to my followers, old and new. Thank you for being here and receiving these messages. Huge thank you to my subscribers. Your ongoing support means the absolute world to me. And the biggest thank you to my mods. I hope you guys have an absolutely beautiful day. Please take care of yourselves. Please take care of one another. And we'll do this again tomorrow. Have a great day, everyone.